Let's see if the mic works. The mic is on. Good. Gentlemen in the back, can you please have a seat? We are about to start some amazing pitches. Thank you. Anyone in the audience has a bottle of water? Bottle of water? Thank you. Brilliant. Now that we've established rapport with the audience, it's a good hook, usually in pitch practicing, right? My name is Razvan Shuta. I am the Managing Director of the Cyber Growth Acceleration Program from Startup Wise Guys. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you here today to see our portfolio showcase. We'll have 3 cyber startups going up on stage and 1 B2B SaaS startup. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Startup Wise Guys and who we are, I'd like to share a couple of words with you. Startup Wise Guys is an acceleration fund based out of Estonia with large operations across Europe. We have approximately 400 companies in our portfolio of startups, 13 exits to date, and a survival rate above market standard within our portfolio. Only last year, we invested in a little over 100 companies. That's a lot. And if you ask yourselves, why do we want to put ourselves through the pain and through the effort of investing in 100 companies a year? Well, that's because of the unwavering passion that is driving us, together with our mission, which is to help founders become true entrepreneurs and build great international tech-sustainable companies. Now, it's good to leave any presentation with a small call to action. My call to action for you today is to take, dear investors out there in the audience, take our startups, have a chat with them, learn about them. If you want to learn also more about Startup Wise Guys, take any of our colleagues who are here wearing this hoodie, or you'll see them out here having a t-shirt, having the logo on. If you want to learn more about Startup Wise Guys, the portfolio, of course, but also our funds and the capital closings that we are having. Also, dear corporates out there in the audience and government organizations, if you're looking to collaborate with startups, if you're looking to do innovation internally and you don't have the capacity, yours truly here also represents the business development department in Startup Wise Guys. So feel free to grab me after the pitches. Now, without further ado, let's dive into the pitches of today. I'm delighted to welcome on stage a founder who we met in our Founders Club program, where he was looking to build a team of rock stars to execute a vision, a great vision. We were so impressed by his commitment, straightforwardness, and determination that we had to invite him in our acceleration program. And we did. Eriks from Cubed.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eriks, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cube. For the past 15 years, I've been developing residential real estate. And this is a typical real estate developer for small, medium real estate development. He's squeezed in between uncertain demand, where he doesn't know what their clients want, and he doesn't know what are the construction costs going to be for his project. And there are millions of real estate developers like this across the world. In the same time, just in the United States, there are 600,000 real estate buyers unsatisfied with what the market is bringing to them. That means 50% of buyers are unsatisfied, 75% of projects go over the budget, and that leads to 5.5 million projects missing right now in the United States. For those reasons, we are creating a marketplace for connecting real estate developers with buyers and with a network of factories and suppliers. These are the typical buildings that we provide to our clients. They can go from 2 to 5 stories. And we are doing this by developing a software where our developers can go in, start sales immediately, configure the buildings to their needs. We do the rest and then deliver the buildings from the factories to their construction site. This is changing the industry from speculative to on-demand real estate, and it allows entering new real estate developers in the market. And that solves the sustainability crisis that we have, because we will build just more sustainable buildings. Governments in Texas and also in Europe are pushing for this. And in our target market, Texas, there's 1.5 million moving in the next 3 to 5 years. We have some competitors, but nobody is offering them a network of factories to actually deliver buildings. And we are on par, on the same level for customization with our competitors. From every single unit that we sell, we take around 10%, and we have only 1.5% expenses on top of that. This is one of the pilot projects that we already have built, and we are ready to deliver this across Europe and United States. This is our amazing team, consisting of software, real estate, and engineering experience. We are 3 co-founders, and our solution is as easy. Just pick the model you like, start configuring it, and let's start building more affordable buildings that are designed by you so that we can rebuild the future cities more sustainably and more beautifully. My name is Eriks. This is our product, and please reach out because we're raising right now as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Now, coming up on stage, a UK-based company. When they applied to our acceleration, we were wondering, how come a team of exited co-founders with stellar track record want to put themselves once again through the painful and hard journey of entrepreneurship? Well, I guess once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur, willing to give back and inspire others. Head of technology in Sealit team, Lazar.
Thank you, Rizvan. Very kind. I guess we're suckers for punishment like all the other guys here. My name is Lazar, head of tech at Sealit. Now, before I start, quick show of hands. How many people work here at a startup or a tech company? Great. We're actually not raising money, so this presentation is for you guys. We want to tell you what we're doing, why we believe it's important, and why you should care. A bit of background about the team. We're led by a second-time co-founder. We had a successful exit in 2019, and we're backed by a venture fund as well as global leading industry, including former CEOs of global banks, insurance companies, and tech companies. Now, in our previous startup, we worked with global asset managers, and we found that even the biggest ones who spent an insane amount of money on cybersecurity were doing it wrong. For example, ask yourself, how many cloud apps does your organization use today where you actually don't know how many of their employees can access your data, where they're hosting it, or even how they're protecting it? Now, this problem gets worse and worse over time, and if you look at an average company of about 500 employees, they use an astounding 254 different cloud apps, 68% of which they're actually not allowed to be using by IT. You have to start solving this problem early on. Later on, it becomes a lot more difficult. COVID, I'm not going to get into a lot of details. Everybody knows it changed the way we work. That's been said. But from a cyber side, it also destroyed perimeters. We can't defend perimeters as well as we did before. And of course, regulation. Everybody loves regulation, right? It makes our lives easier. If you're doing business internationally, it's super difficult to stay compliant with GDPR at the same time with California, Canada, and all the different countries who have conflicting regulations. Now, we set out to solve 3 key challenges. Number 1, create an encryption identity that lives on your phone, that you own and you operate yourself, without which nobody can access your data. It cuts out all tech companies, including ourselves, any intruders, and even governments from accessing your data. Simple compliance is a must. We looked at compliance, to make it actually laughable. It's so simple. In our system, you basically set up per client or per project where you want the data hosted, and we take care of the rest. And last but not least, we have to make it super simple, right? It's got to be deployed in several minutes, so it can be used by a startup as well as a large organization. That's hugely valuable, but you also have to make value add. So in our system, you can share huge files securely directly from your email, collaborate, and even monitor sales activity. Now, the platform itself is split into 4 components. Communicate. It allows you to communicate without worrying about data breaches from the tools you use today, like Gmail, Slack, and Outlook. Sealit Collaborate is our first zero-trust data room. It gives you all the benefits of a data room, but with no centralization of risk, because we can't actually access the data there. Sealit Connect is our APIs, and Sealit Monitor allows even the smaller companies to understand who is using their data, how they're using it, and where from. Now, finally, I'll ask you to just take a picture of this. This is my email. We have phenomenal programs for startups where we do 90% discounts first year, 50%, and so on. and we'd love to be with you along your journey and actually keep you protected. Now, the quote that I skipped over before said fundamentally that it takes 20 years to build a reputation. It takes only 5 minutes to destroy it. And if you think about that, you'll get Seal It. Thank you.
Thank you, Lazar. Thank you, thank you. Now, the next co-founder coming on stage literally has put his small house on 2 wheels and drove more than 3,000 kilometers to Spain only to open the Spanish chapter of his business. When we've seen that commitment, we said, definitely we have to invest in them. Kubi from CyberStruggle.
While I was working as a cybersecurity expert for one of the biggest brands in the world, a famous hacker group declared war on us. It was anonymous. And during the long conflict, my colleague ended up in hospital because of intense pressure and emotional paralysis. My name is Kubi. I'm founder of CyberStruggle. And we are the one helping cybersecurity experts to remain extremely functional and resilient, technically and psychologically, no matter the conditions are. In fact, 64% of cybersecurity experts saying stress is killing their business, killing their ability to defend their organizations. Yes, there are lots of training programs out there, but they are following very traditional training methodologies, exercises, and they are not very sufficient in cyber world. Because cyber world is resembling the guerrilla warfare exactly. So it requires much more than this. That's why we developed a training program and also automation simulation software where we combine technical skills with soft skills in a dynamically changing environment, just like special forces are handling the guerrilla warfare in real world. So we are offering fully automated simulation software and also training programs where we serve 250 people with 99% of customer satisfaction. And just 2 days ago, one of the largest army in NATO purchased our simulation software for their cyber armies. Last year, we generated 300K, and we would like to approach 5% of market share in 5 years with 14 million estimation. While others are focusing on traditional content and know-how itself, we are focusing on functionality, resilience, and know-why. We have a great team, including cybersecurity experts, psychologists, former special forces, and we are backed by amazing startup Wise Guys. We are ready to expand our business all over the world, starting from Europe. So we are looking for partners, valuable contacts, and probably we will raise this year. So if you are interested in, we can talk. Once again, I'm Kubi. We are helping cybersecurity experts to stay resilient under all circumstances. Thank you very much.
Well done, Kubi. It's been a while since you haven't been on stage, but great delivery overall. Good. Last but not least, rumors have it that they are one of the hottest Spanish cybersecurity startups today. When we've heard that, we were wondering, okay, let's have a look. We met them. We've seen incredible potential and coachability. That's what drove our investment decision. Welcome, Juan España, ByteHide.
Hello? Okay, right. I'm Juan España, CEO of ByteHide, a cybersecurity platform for distributed software. And we have a problem. On average, companies use more than 45 security tools, what decreases the cyber capacity of defense, and also can cost more than $500,000. And what this happen? This is why, because they need to create a secure software. And to create this secure software, they need to use all this. Well, and how they can synchronize all these tools and not lose the context? Simple, they can. That's why we created ByteHide, a full chain security platform from start to finish to cover everything, and that the teams can reduce their incident response time by more than 30%. But it's also used as several tools in a same place? No. What made ByteHide unique is the focus on the developers that allow people with no security experience to protect their software. And also the context, the most important thing, that feed all the information of each steps and put this data in the other ones. All of this with the simplicity of any SaaS platform that developers can integrate with one click and can automate the security in less than 5 minutes. We are in a full growth market, taking application security and mobile threat defense, where we focus on SMEs. Our business model is simple. We offer a subscription for the use for the platform, and we have different plans. So far, we have more than 130 paying customers from USA, Europe, and Asia, and we have an ARR greater than 40,000 euros. There are other players on the market that focus in the cloud part, which is very different. And they need to cover other capabilities like infrastructure and API security. And we are focused in the distributed software, like industrial software, mobile applications, and IoT. We are an incredible team that has worked together before in several projects, and also we have the ideal balance between technology, business, and sales. Also, we backed by very good advisors. This year, we are growing to position ourselves in the segment, and that's why we are raising 650K to develop the platform and also structure the sales team. So now you have the opportunity to join us. Thank you.
Oh, madre mia. Okay, thank you so much, Juan. Are you enjoying this? Now is the time to nod and say hi and be happy, right? Okay, good. Thank you so much for coming here today to the Startup Wise Guys Portfolio Showcase. We have many other amazing startups which you can learn about. I'll leave you with a call to action once again. Dear investors out there in the audience, feel free to take our startups, grab them, speak with them, learn more about their solutions and their objectives and milestones. On the other hand, if you want to learn more about Startup Wise Guys and the great work that we are doing, feel free to speak with me, with Monica, with Fabienne there in the back, a couple of our colleagues here, to which I'm very thankful for supporting this event. Last but not least, thank you all for being here, being interested in this portfolio showcase. I'm wishing you, from me and from the entire Wise Guys team, all the best and enjoy the South Summit. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I can see the room fully occupied, so I think that education is something that worries most of you. I'm Felix Lopez. I'm the director of SecLab EdTech Accelerator. It's the open innovation of SEC Educational Group. It's an educational group with more than 100 years. So we have schools, university, corporate education. And 7 years ago, in La Plaza de las Ventas, South Summit was in La Plaza de las Ventas, we present SecLab, EdTech Accelerator. It's a program that wants to find the best EdTech companies around the globe, not only in Spain. So we look for the best EdTech startups with a product in the market, with traction, with customers, with global ambition and with social impact in every single stage of education, from 0 to 100 years old of the students. During these 7 years, we accelerate 80 companies. 75% of them, they are still alive. They have resilience. And you know what to see. 6 of these companies that are in the 8th acceleration program of the accelerator. Also, we joined forces a few years ago with AWS, the best cloud company for supporting EdTech companies. And now we are going to see 6 companies with different ages, so academies, corporate education, childhood, everything. So who is investor here? We don't have investors? Okay, only one? Okay. And you can know more about EdTech Accelerator and seclab.es. And let's see, let's go for the first one. Yeah, Nabu, you can prepare the next presentation. It's Elena Guix, is the CMO of Nabu. So please, stage is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. During the last year, you've been hearing about Casa to Plaza. It's the specialized SaaS, thank you, for public sector training exams. But today, I'm here to introduce you to Nabu. Our software, if it goes better, la otra, ¿qué pantalla? ¿Por qué no funciona? Our software is the solution to digitize innovative teaching experience. AI, technology, ongoing assessment, and design customized studying per user in order to improve educational institutions' efficiency. We have found out, again, it's not working. Okay. We have found out that in the teaching sector, there are always the same problems. There are too many tools to manage the courses from different providers, and there's a lack of management on student progress and data content. There are many challenges because of the communications between students and teachers. We offer a global solution. Again, it's not working. Thank you. Maybe you can do it for me? Okay. We offer a global solution to help efficiency for the technological for the educational entities. We have a customized platform, an APP, that helps to all the players in the platform to have to monitor the use to monitor the users and the progress in the content to help the individualizing student. Communication tools in the same place to help all the communication skills between all the players. Okay, Nabu is a comprehensive platform where all the tools are in the same place to help to the individualizing teaching. We offer, because of this monitor, we offer to all the players too many or thousands of opportunities to create any kind of content. As you can see, we can use intelligent tests, we have programmatic courses, we have calendars, we have many stuff to create different kind of contents. And as a good startup, we are continuously working to improve and to enhance all these skills for the teachers. Okay, the educational market is huge. There are more than 5 million different entities and universities all around the world. We are focused in private teaching, we are focusing in company training, in public sector, and in unofficial education. And this is around 1.5 million entities. We differentiate as a platform that not only stands on the day-to-day e-learning operations. We want to offer differences to just make the continuous studying of the user, and offering differences to make more efficient the projects and the teacher management. Our business model is a B2B. Our centers pay a fixed setup and a monthly fee per every active user in the platform. And as we are a SaaS model, our marginal costs are very low, and they decrease as much as clients we are getting. So the idea is to earn money. We are focused this year we have 3 different goals, and we want to focus in maintain our own current customers. We want to consolidate the public sector exams training in Spain, and of course we're gonna open new business lines, and we're gonna be focused on vocational training and business schools. We are very lucky to be next to SecLab and to Lanzadera accelerators, and of course we are part of the AWS EdTech program. We are so lucky because they are supporting our growth. And we are very lucky because, again, we are having a very balanced team. We are 3, now we are 13 people in the team. Jorge Vindel is the daddy of this successful SaaS. He has been already working for more than 10 years in programmatic consulting. He has been already an entrepreneur. And also Irene Chia, she's the best CEO in the world. She's sitting next to us. And she is the one that has more than 15 years working in educational sector. And she has been already also entrepreneur. And I, that I'm leading the marketing and sales department. I have a background of more than 10 years in EdTech and e-learning sector, and more than 10 years in sales. So we are working our best to make the e-learning experiences easier and more efficient. And thank you very much for listening to me. Okay.
The next one, if you have kids, you will love our next company, because it's taking care of you take your kid on the school. So it's technology just make easier the life of educators and parents especially. Carlos Porta, Quaya Kids. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carlos Porta. I'm the CEO at Quala Systems. Well, our starting point was at the school, and it was when we tried to answer just this question. Are you sure who's picking up your kids at leaving time? In order to answer this, we got in touch with different schools, and we realized that there were 3 different factors which were extremely important. And I want to ask you to pay attention in the way we are going to connect these different factors, because this is something that will be part of all our development from here so far. First of these factors are the families. Parents' timetable may not be the same as their kids, therefore they have to ask for grandparents or other people to pick up their children. Nowadays, we can affirm that each kid has an average of 7 different pickers per year. The second of these factors are the teachers. They must remember. They must remember the last-minute changes, the last WhatsApp, mails, calls, etc. And they must remember, too, the different family circumstances, as broken nets. And finally, there is the school. Schools, the most of them have the ISO 9001, as well as or otherwise a high level of compliance, but they are not registering these kind of transactions along the year. Our goal was to unify these different factors in a way as simple as possible, making this process more effective, easier, and safer. Therefore, we have created an application which ensures this. 3 common features are going to be our mates in all our developments. Agile, 1 click. Easy, user experience. And finally, secure. Everything is going to be registered automatically. On first step, just as a sample, on first step, only when necessary, parents can choose who is going to be the picker, with an only click. On second step, teachers can check who the picker is and click on their photo in the app. And that's all. The rest is automatic. Parents are going to receive a push notification which indicates when, where, and by whom their kids have been picked up, and everything is going to be registered and can be checked both by families and by the responsible of the centers. Testing this with the market, we realized that the way to unify the different factors in each kind of process was valid for several different other functionalities. At that moment, we noticed that Koala had born as a method of work. Our differentiation value has allowed us to establish a relationship to interoperate with the most important platforms that existed in the school market thereback. We have registered our trademark in Europe and some Latin countries. We have obtained 2 registered community designs for our most important screenshots, and we have registered our copyright in front of a notary. Our business model is a B2B, aimed not only to schools, but to all the centers which are managing kids' activities too. Segments and rates had been established according to the number of students of each school and classified in premium and basic. The serviceable annual market goes from 100 million, a little more, in Europe to 264 in Latam. Our sales channels will probably change from an organic majority to 50% in distributors in 2027. At that moment, we hope to reach an EBITDA nearby 9 million. Currently, after closing our first round in November 21, the founding keep are keeping 80% of the capital. In next round is going with a pre-money of 2.5 million, and we are raising 450,000. Basically aimed to marketing and sales and ITC. And this is our team, basically senior, but with a high level of experience in each area of every one of us. And thank you very much. This is Koala. Thank you very much for your attention.
The next one, we have Langu, who has a B1 level, C1 level in English or in French or in German. Please, Rachel.
Thank you, Felix. Good morning, everyone. As we are going to continue talking about EdTech, but let's move to a very specific field, the language assessment. Let me put you in some context. In 2024, about 200 million people will need to validate their language skills. This is due mainly to job offers or just because they want to get access to a European university. We have some options right now, official language certification, which I'm sure you all know about it, which has only 20% of the people has this kind of certification. It evaluates every skills, every competence of a language, but it's not adaptable to the needs of the entities for the daily use. For this reason, the companies has adapted this to a multiple choice test that they made in-house, which are not able to validate the most important competence in a language, the written and oral skills. This leads to an inefficiency process which implies many costs and, of course, can damage a lot of reputational damage. And this is why Langu comes into play, because we are able to automatize the grading of the language skills, giving the companies and the educational institutions faster, more accurate, and in a cost-efficient way results. We are not talking, just let me tell you something, we are not talking about another multiple choice exams. We are talking about grading written and oral exams in only 30 seconds. Okay? How do we do this? With an in-house methodology combined with a high-level technology based on natural language processing, which allow us, as I said, to automatize all the process. Our product is very friendly to use for the candidates, but also can give in just 24 hours the results for the companies and also the institutional educations. I don't need to tell you that the EdTech market is huge. We're talking just about the language assessment in Europe is 5 billion euros. And this is only talking about language. I couldn't find the exact number of the market if we will include our technology and our methodology to other subjects, economics, law, psychology, some other that I'm sure you have in mind. We are a B2B SaaS. We charge for an annual fee for administrator in the company and also a variable fee per active user depending on the service they are hiring. We're not the only players in the market, we know that, but this only validates that we're in the right way. Our specialization, our technology will allow us to position Langou as a reference in the market. This is not possible without our amazing team, which is part of them here in this room, and we are already growing our business department. But I'm not the only saying that. Our metrics validate this because we have an MRR increasing every month. We have 100% on retention rate, and just to give you some points, we have reduced the time of correction in 80% since we launched in 2022. Our roadmap is huge. We are very ambitious. We're launching our second version of the platform in June, and we will launch a special hub for teachers in September, which will allow to dedicate to this teacher to the thing that they are here to do, teaching. For this, we're looking for investors committed with the EdTech sector and also equally gender to allow us to continue growing. And if you have any question, I would love to continue with this discussion in the booth 155.
Next one, let's talk about inclusion, education with impact. Buser by Be My Vega. Tatiana, please.
Hello, everyone. And I have only 3 minutes. My God, I'm going to speak really fast. So, I have only 3 letters for you today. European Accessibility Act. And we are going to talk about accessibility. It's not when or how, it's right now and what is happening. We are Buser and we make accessibility happen. So, how do you feel right now? Look at it in this picture. I'm sure you feel uncomfortable. The same way as I will take off my glasses and look at you. I feel uncomfortable because I see nothing. And there are 285 million people in the world who feel the same way. Think about the number. Now, this wonderful girl, our business, our founders, our business was born out of love. Because when this girl was born, she had severe visual impediments. She has real serious condition. And all her parents found was that technology of 17th century. Nothing has changed. 3 centuries, 0 things. And they decided to create their own technology. And that's what we do. Accessibility, we are talking about education. Definitely. But accessibility goes beyond the classroom. Think about all these situations, TED or right now, right? Playing video games, concert, meeting, shopping online. All these can be a challenge for the person with visual impediment. And we change the game. We are a deep tech company, and we changed the game entirely. For now, we already reached 2,560 people. A proven improvement of academic results by 20%. And there is 200 million internet users in the world, which we want to reach, and we are reaching right now. We offer solutions. All these you can really see. You can change your educational process. We stand for global access I'm going to stop using these fancy words. We are standing for access online without limits. Every single person here, with glasses or without glasses, we see serious problems, serious impediments, or without them, have the same right for knowledge. And knowledge is not only education, knowledge is everything. When you watch Netflix, it's also knowledge. So we work for you. Our scalable online accessibility tool, which you can learn more about at our stand, 186, because I see my time is off. Not fair. However, I will finish right now very fast. So these are our numbers. We are flexible. We have different subscription plans. We reaching 2,000 euros monthly recurring revenue. We target 5 different groups. We work with parents, we work with universities, we work with governmental entities, and we work with small businesses, so everyone is welcome to talk to us. We compete, absolutely, but we are the best solution on market. Again, we reach us after the presentation, and we are going to talk about it. Thank you.
He make it in 3 minutes and a half. The next one, Ana Dominguez is talking about corporate education, e-learning. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Spain, so slowly. I'm Ana Dominguez, co-founder of Etrivium, a startup that helps companies in captivating talent during a time when employees depart, design, or don't even arrive. Now more than ever, employees switch company if they don't find answers to their needs. In fact, 76% tell us they wouldn't switch if they had access to training programs or career plans. Do you have all the companies have the means to do so? Clearly, no. The problem is in SMEs. And in small and medium-sized companies. SMEs or SMEs lack the resources to be equally attractive and effective. So we want to help these companies. But how? Offering the best learning strategy to develop talent, e-learning, but one that helps bridge gaps as it integrates 3 fundamental aspects into technology: pedagogy, diversity, and inclusion. This is what we do. At Etrivium, well, we are much more than technology. We are a global e-learning solutions, subscription-based, including platform, e-learning catalog, and e-learning customization or automatization. Sorry for that. Well, the most important thing about our platform is that the first one. There are two key aspects. The first one is that it's designed to be diverse and inclusive from the very first click, not only in the platform, but also in the content. We are talking about aspects such as contrast color, typography, avatars, structure of the text. Well, in other words, an e-learning environment that helps employees to feel welcome. So, each and every one of them can generate knowledge, regardless learning difficulties such as ADHD or dyslexia. This is why we are the second big point, that is that we prioritize all the knowledge to assist SMEs to creating training programs and internal certifications for everyone. This is our goal. We are working toward these goals since late 2020, more than 80 projects that help us to validate the technology, methodology, and course that the market has and needs. So this traction has helped us, to have a cash flow. And finally, in March 2023, where we are the smallest of CELAC, launched our platform. We have currently customers, but it's time to keep growing. It's time to go to the market. We have more than 29,000 of companies, 50 to 500 employees, and a fundamental aspect of all of them is they all have credit for investing in training. So we can help with this. E-learning is, yes, a very competitive sector. There are many, many, many players. There are unicorns, there are several, but what makes us different is our diverse and inclusive technology that help companies to manage all the knowledge. So it's a commitment to the people we work with as a team. We are two co-founders, more than 20 years experience on the industry, and we have built a big project with better professionals. Welcome our CTO, and it's over, that's all. So thank you.
And we finish with Lula from Lemons, revolutionary.
No, this is not the first one. Great. Let me start with a question. What do you want for your children? What will you give them so they can live safe, happy, meaningful lives? The best financial advice? The best digital devices? Or the best teachers? Nothing contributes to safe, prosperous, sustainable, equitable societies like excellent education. And the world needs excellent education at a scale now. The kind of scale digital tools can bring. But as we saw in the pandemic, digital education is far from excellent. The main reason is that these tools don't engage teachers. And I can't blame them. They are hard to use, complicated, rigid. They tell teachers how to teach, but treat teachers as they were expendable. I am Lula de Leon, I am CEO in Lemons, the learning platform that unleashes every teacher potential to change lives. Lemons is developed together with teachers, and we provide them with everything they need in and out of the classroom, with the cutting-edge technologies of the most advanced industries and the best-in-class user experience. Lemons has tools for creating and sharing content, communicating, collaborating, evaluating, sharing feedbacks, and continuously improving. Lemons supports the most innovative methodologies, flipped classroom, agile learning, design thinking, helping teachers and students build a high-performance team and bringing a better education to a scale. We are infinite players, a team of experts in design, technology, and teaching. And we are fueled by one powerful belief, the belief that everyone, everywhere, has the right to a life-changing teacher. That's why we made Lemons open source, and we are turning it into a profitable ecosystem through a content marketplace, a SaaS version, and a premium services. So if you, like us, believe everyone, everywhere, has the right to a life-changing teacher, then you'll find investing in Lemons worth it. Because the return comes in money, but also in future. We are Lemons, and we are in the business of human potential. Thank you very much.
Well, you can see that EdTech is on fire. In Spain, we have 300 EdTech companies. We are in third position in Europe, so only behind France and Germany. We have global companies like LingoKids, Smartick, Genially. They are market leaders, so we can be proud of the EdTech in Spain. Thank you very much.
I start? Shall I start? Yes. Well, hello everyone, good morning, and it's a pleasure for me to present the pitchings today of 9 of the startups coming from the Basque Country. And before I give them the floor, I would briefly give a small introduction about the App Euskadi, the Basque entrepreneurship ecosystem, with some slides, if this works. Well, this is not working. Doesn't work. I don't know if there's anyone from the organization, but this doesn't work. No. Well, I will do it. Do you know how it works? No, que ya me he dado 40 veces y no va. Well, before starting with the startups, that's the first startup, but we had a small presentation about the Basque ecosystem, very briefly. We are more than 100 agents in the Basque Country, private and public agents working, giving support to entrepreneurship in the Basque Country. We have different programs and initiatives from the public side, Basque government, provincial governments, and also municipalities to support technology-based entrepreneurship. We have different initiatives such as Bind 4.0. Many of the startups you will hear today come from Bind 4.0. It's an initiative where we, on the one hand, try to push the digital transformation of our corporates, Basque corporates, through the attraction of startups from all over the world, through a venture client approach, where the most interesting thing for our startups is that they have the opportunity of obtaining a contract of not less than 25,000 euros with the most outstanding corporate Basque companies settled in the Basque Country. In this platform, App Euskadi, if you enter in the web, you will see information about our startups, about our ecosystem. Very briefly, we have more than 1,000 startups, technology-based startups in the Basque Country. Our outstanding differential is that most of our startups have a B2B approach. We are a very industrial territory with almost 25% of our GDP coming from industry. And our startups are also very focused on industry, giving support in 4 vertical areas, fields of activity: industry, energy and clean technologies, health, and food. So that's one of our most outstanding initiatives. We are now in the 7th edition, and now the 6th of July, you are all invited to come to the Basque Country. We will celebrate the demo day, where all the projects that have been developed in the 7th edition will be presented, and the new edition, the 8th edition, will start, and the call for all international startups will be open for you to apply for the program. And finally, from the public side, I must also mention the support that we receive, that we give to the ecosystem through our BICs, the Business Innovation Centers. We have 1 in each of the provinces of the Basque Country, and they are specific teams that give support to our startups, helping an idea to become a project, to become a real initiative, to become a company, and they give support, not only looking for financing, but also giving advice and putting them in contact with all those 100 public and private agents I have mentioned. So now I will start with the presentations. I think, I don't know if you'll have more chance than me, but we will present 9 companies. The first one is Inomi. The first startup is Inomi from the food vertical, which is currently participating in the 7th edition of Bind and is collaborating with Mondragon, BDC, and Eroski. Please, your turn.
Hello, I'm Nicolás from Inomi. We are a young company based in Bilbao, created by a group of Argentinian scientists. As Argentinians, we love meat. It is a key element of our culture. Meat is present in our daily meals, in our social events. It's almost part of our identity. However, we know that meat production is taking the planet into a critical situation. Greenhouse gases that come from it are responsible for fires, epidemics, and entire ecosystems destruction. At the same time, meat consumption is growing and growing every year, and this is no longer sustainable. As Argentinians and meat lovers, this hurts us deeply, but also encourages us to find a solution. Currently, the market offers us two options that are not good enough. On one hand, we have plant-based meat, which is full of ingredients. Ingredients that are non-sustainable, ingredients that are non-healthy, ingredients that are heavily processed. On the other hand, we have cell-based meat, which is poor in micronutrients, genetically modified, and extremely expensive. So, how can we enjoy the benefits of meat without harming the planet or compromising our health with insufficient options? Luckily, Inom is here to offer you a third way, the right way, fungi-based meat. We can deliver the experience of consuming juicy meat with an exceptional product that combines low environmental impact, high protein content, and the nutritional benefits of mushrooms. How? Our mushroom grows real tissues that replicate the animal muscle. For that reason, we don't need a long list of ingredients in order to build and keep the meat texture. Our product builds its own texture. Our business model is a B2B one, in which we develop innovative products and license the technology and the know-how to food production companies. We provide them our Coca-Cola formula, and they manufacture the products and take them to the final consumer. You will be able tomorrow, here in the summit, to see, touch, and even try our products in a small stand that we will have thanks to the Basque government. So we would like you to join us in one of the toughest challenges that our generation will face, which is to replace or reinvent meat consumption. Join the third way, the right way, fungi-based meat. Thank you.
Thank you, Inomi. The next startup is Test for Safe from the health vertical, which is also participating in the 7th edition of BIND and is collaborating with corporate partner Cofares. Your turn.
This is not the first. Yes. Hi, I am Anne. I'm the CEO of Test for Safe. So the problem that we solve is it's really clear. It's that 1 out of every 3 rapes in Spain takes place under the effects of chemical submission. So what does this mean? It means that the aggressor pours submission drugs in the drink of the victim without his or her consent, and then makes a crime, which can be a robbery, but it's usually a rape. Okay, so which is the problem with this kind of submission drugs? They cannot be seen or smelled, so the victim doesn't know that she or he is drinking them. And from the other side, they go very fast out of the blood. This means that when the victim wakes up and thinks, well, maybe something weird happened last night, if they do a drug test, probably they won't see those drugs. So what do? We prevent chemical submission crimes by detecting the most commonly used rape drugs in beverages. We do it with these test strips. These are Test for Safe drug detecting test strips. And how do they work? This is a strip that it's really, really small. You can carry it on your wallet, on your purse. And when you are leaving a suspicious situation, or when you went to the toilet and you left your drink in the bar and you didn't watch it, you can just take it and see if it's positive or negative in the most common used drugs. So why are we special? This is made by a patented technology that we developed together with the University of the Basque Country, and this makes it possible to do a very fast and effective test in such a small device. It's just like that, and it's very, very thin. And this cannot be only used for this. This has so many applications in so many sectors. So that's why we patented this technology in Europe. So which are the characteristics of the Test for Safe strips? They are easy to carry, they are fast, they are effective. And one of the things that I love the most is that you can use it as a proof. Imagine you're in the bar, you make the test, and it comes positive. So you can go to the police and say, hey, someone tried to make a crime. So then they can analyze that strip to see which drug did the aggressor use, and then it's more easy to find that person. Okay, so where do we make sense? Everywhere where these kind of crimes are more probably to happen, like in bars, nightclubs, festivals, concerts, also in pharmacies, so people can buy it directly. And also, when it comes to the brands, any brand that wants to take care of their consumers, any innovative, disruptive, social caring action that brands want to make, they have here a really innovative, disruptive solution that really makes them show their customers that they care about them. So this is the team. I don't have time to present all the members, but I just want to make a documents that we are collaborating with, as I said before, with the University of the Basque Country, and thanks to that we have a big infrastructure to develop this kind of devices. So our goal is very, very clear, and it's that we just don't want to be necessary. Prevent, detect, and act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Let's welcome now the next startup, Glucovibes, which participated in the 6th edition of BIND through a well-being project with corporate partner Uvesco. Leire?
Hi, thank you so much, Leire. So I am Leire Francés, the CEO of Glucovibes, and I am here today to introduce our metabolic GPS that helps you to get or to find your optimal metabolic health. In a world where unhealthy habits, chronic diseases are on the rise, 88% of the population has a potential metabolic problem, and most of them don't know it. Even at a healthy weight, you can have the metabolic syndrome, which is related with a lot of types of cancer. And I am sure all of us has felt fatigue, stress, and those are also related with metabolic disorders. So this fact, together with the lack of a place that integrates and interprets with scientific rigor all the lifestyle data, has led us to create the first intelligent metabolic GPS. And we recognize a holistic approach, considering needs of every individual. And our user-friendly app offers or serves as a personal health guide, a GPS. And we combine activity, resting, glucose, feelings, everything in the same place. Glucose monitoring with a mobile app. And the most important thing here is that you will understand your data, because there is a professional team that will explain you into detail. So, in addition to the mobile app, we have a platform for professionals. And as Leire has mentioned before, in the Basque Country, we have different business models. So this has led us to create or to jump from business to customer business model to business. So this is very, very interesting. And the most important thing here is that thanks to all the customers that are already buying, because we have been in the marketplace for 1.5 years, and we have get more than 500,000 hours of metabolic data, we are now creating observational studies, we are planning clinical trials, which is very, very interesting for creating new services. And this is what we want to do for the following month. So we want to create new services for supermarkets, food companies. We want to start to classify users according to their metabolic index, for example. We want to improve as well sport supplementation, oncological supplementation. We want to create new verticals for women care, and we want to create our first physical metabolic clinic. So this is how we wrote. Our metabolic database is growing very fast. It doesn't stop, now it's growing as well. And we have 200% of active users every month. Those are some of the individuals that have believed in us. Also, some public entities have also believed in us. But the most important thing here is that we are striving for a social impact. So we want to improve the individual health, but we want also to improve the health of the society. So, how we do it? This is the value of the personal healthcare market site. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's a huge market site, and we will focus in the apps area of this market size. And just some figures, in the first year in the marketplace, we have incomes of more than 200,000 euros, and we are addressing our first million during the following months. And the most important things, of course, we continue doing research and development activity, and this is always thanks to our team. We have business people, we have technical people, we have clinical people as well, and this is how we do it. So I encourage you to activate your metabolic health through our GPS. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leire. The fourth startup we are today presenting is Data Value Management, which participated in the 4th edition of BIND and is developing two collaboration projects, or developed two collaboration projects with corporate partners Artadi Alimentación and Unilever. Borja, your turn.
Thank you. So my name is Borja. I'm one of the founders of Data Value Management, and we are a company of Vitoria, and we are And we are a company specialized in artificial intelligence and data analytics. Nowadays, we make projects in 3 special systems. I don't know what happened with the PowerPoint, sorry. And the first of our services is increase the knowledge. We use some algorithms of machine learning to know the principal reasons of one problem happening in a company, or sometimes we want to know what the companies have to do for increase their sales or something like that. Our second type of projects are predictive systems. In that type of projects, we want to predict the future of the company, and in this type of projects, the objective is to know what will happen in the future, to make better decisions in the companies. Our third type of project is process automation. Nowadays, in many companies, they do many projects with Excel and by hand. And we develop a software to automate this type of solutions or actions. And also we do other projects more different of the other ones. And our main difference with other companies is that we develop a platform and we can replicate that in the server of the clients. So we can develop a new app to do this type of project, and in less than 1 hour we can develop on the server of the client. So if we do that, the property of the app is in the client because we copy all of the software in the services, and also we can protect the data because we don't need to receive the data in the cloud, or they don't have to send out of the company. So if they have their data in their servers, they are protected by their security. And nowadays this is a very important thing because the cybersecurity is very, very important if you are working with data. We did different projects. in the Bind 4.0, we develop a platform to reduce the microstop in the Unilever company. Also, in the Bind, in this program, we did another project to reduce the wastage of one company, and also we developed different projects or projects like a competition monitoring system or pest prediction in the agriculture companies, and also a system that can estimate the demand of different companies. So we have many clients nowadays, and they are using our solutions, and here we have our contact data. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Borja. The following startup is Gravit, which participated in the 5th edition of Bind, developing an artificial vision project with corporate partner Elecnor. Your turn. Thank you.
Hostia. Good morning, everyone. I am Alberto Gomez. I'm the CEO and founder of Gravit. Sorry, retail companies are under a huge pressure to improve customer experience. And on the other hand, they are businesses with low operating margin. So they are also looking to improve the cost efficiency of their systems. They are looking continuously at different technologies. And after a big hype for autonomous stores, for example, like Amazon Go, that currently is halted, they are looking for cost-effective and solutions with a clear return of investment. Gravit offers cost-effective solutions that improve the checkout experience in retail. We have developed our own deep learning technology that uses computer vision to solve the retail challenges. And computer vision for retail is quite tricky. There are two main factors that make it very difficult. The first one is the huge amount of products that you have in a supermarket, up to 60,000 different types of products. And the second one is the detection of fresh products, like fruits and vegetables, that is quite difficult. And that is why the use of standard AI solutions like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and all this that is quite famous right now is not possible. And we have developed our own AI solution. That is the core of our business. We license our AI software to integrators and manufacturers so they can integrate the software from Gravit, into the final solutions. We already have a first product that is GFresh. We detect fresh products like fruits and vegetables. In this case, it is integrated in a retail scale from a leading partner like Dival. We provide the software and they integrate it into the final solution. This is already in place in two supermarket companies in the north of Spain, Masimas and BM, Uvesco, and we have plans this year to deploy it in Latin America, in several countries in Latin America, UK, and Europe. And the focus for the next years is to implement our software into other solutions with other partners. We provide the software and we build the common product, like self-checkout terminals, checkout lanes, where the people from the supermarket weigh the fruits and vegetables, and a smart fridge to enable autonomous shopping with a cost-effective solution. This is a huge market. Companies are in the retail area are looking at solutions to improve their operations. And one example is, for example, the self-checkout terminals, where over 200,000 self-checkout terminals are sold every year and are looking for solutions like ours. And this is a market with no clear leader. So the first solutions are coming into the market right now. There are 4 or 5 players, and Gravit is considered and is perceived as one of the key players with our proprietary AI technology. We have already several collaborations in this area, and I would like to highlight one that is not here, that is with NVIDIA, that we are collaborating with them to develop a common solution for the self-checkout terminal. We are one of the main partners they have selected to do this development. So right now we are in a very exciting phase. There is a huge market. We are very well considered into this market, and we are looking for partners that support us through the investment round we just opened to consolidate our product delivery and increase our business operations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alberto. Let's now welcome our next startup, Dative Partners. Roy Ward is one of the first Bind 4.0 startups. They participated in the second edition of Bind, developing a project with corporate partner Euskaltel. Your turn.
Good morning, everyone. Going straight to the big problem that we are solving. Going straight to a big problem that we are solving. There is a market of 900 billion euros that is spent and used in Excel files, and this is incredible. The most incredible thing is that most of these gift cards that are given by corporates to the end customers, 20% of that budget is completely lost in inboxes that many of you probably will have received a voucher and you didn't use it. So what did you make? So we make a digital platform. It's a B2B SaaS where our corporates can purchase within the simple LPI all those gift cards and send them to their customers in a very simple way, just with an API call. So we avoid this waste because we only purchase those gift cards that the end customers are requesting. So we are saving this part of the budgets. Then it's a secure platform that we have several security layers in order to avoid fraud, to avoid misuse of the promotions, and everything is integrated, so there are not need of manual works. We have three verticals of different kind of rewards that we are transacting right now. We have gift cards like Amazon, Netflix subscriptions, or this kind of digital services that you have used. We have a free flight Europe that we are rewarding customers with the experience of travel. So people that are getting a new product from a retailer, they are rewarded with a travel where they just have to go to our website, select the flight, put the name, and we are sending them directly the flights to their destination, or physical products. So we can deliver in an incentive marketing campaign any kind of product without having need to stock, because we are providing directly to the providers. So it's very, isn't working this one, but it's very simple to use our technology. It's 4 lines of codes. We're integrated with all the main CRMs on the market, from startup to corporate solutions. And this kind of incentive are used everywhere. So finance, insurance, telecom, energy, travel, and crypto. Those are one of our key target markets. So there are many use cases, and the market is huge. Without our technology, it was a very difficult and messy process, where a company that wanted to send 1 million euros, for example, of digital vouchers of Amazon, flights, gas, or physical products, they needed to make a lot of steps, and then they sell it. They pay for the goods, they are sent, and there is a 20% that is lost. With our technology, it's very simple. They just give us a balance of the money that they want to spend. We give them access to the digital goods that they want. We send it to the customers. If the customers didn't request it, we don't purchase, and we share with them the revenues that we just saved. So with us, it's very easy to send to the end customers loyalty rewards, acquisition rewards, or any kind of things that can help your company grow at a very efficient way. Our model, it's very simple. We have a SaaS in order to access to the platform. We get an affiliation fee, because when we purchase a gift card, we get a discount from the retailer, and we get a revenue share on the money that we are taking back from the campaigns. So we have been growing very fast lately, and this year we are going to transact more than 3 million euros. And of course, there is a huge competition, but it's very localized in the US, in the UK market, and in Europe there are a lot of regional players that are doing this kind of business in a legacy way. So we have a very good opportunity in order to speed up in the south of Europe and then to move to LATAM, because there are regions that that are not bancarized, and the promotional area is very important. So we have a team that we have been working several years in different areas of the marketing. So myself, I was working in telco, people that is coming from companies like Meta, Amazon, and we have a top line of executives that are coming from billion-dollar companies like Marco Corradino, CEO of Etisalat Media, and basically now we're in a moment where we are raising $500,000. We have we have 20% of it done, and we will grow for the next year. So thank you very much. Reach out if you're interested in rewarding your customers.
Thank you, Jonathan. The following Basque startup is named eProcessMed. eProcessMed is based in our Business Innovation Center, BIC, in Álava, and is linked to artificial intelligence. Your turn.
Hello, my name is Sebastián. I am a surgeon and I am the founder of eProcessMed. eProcessMed is an e-health startup focused to improve the communication between physicians and patients. We are the unique startup that uses blockchain and artificial intelligence to humanize the process. That's the main point, that's the goal. During the last years, we have get the support and recognition by local, regional, national, and European institutions, including in the Basque Country, at national level in Spain, and European also, as I mentioned. We have been in Greece with several recognition, and also in Finland. The problem in healthcare is really wide, and we are just taking a piece of this problem, looking for the time consumption in the process that the physician is doing. In the other side, the physician produces a lot of papers, and the lack of a good process, the patient don't understand some surgeries. In this case, it's the surgical interventions. So we have developed Smart Consent. Smart Consent is a solution that integrates all these problems. It has a digital signature. It has a video animation to improve the communication with the patient. And finally, it decreases 30% of this process. As I mentioned, Smart Consent is a full and complete solution that it includes, and it's based on a PhD report study. It is involved in public and private sector. That's our main customers. The way that we cost, the way that they make the payments is like license for big hospitals and the SaaS model for small hospitals. And the clients are mainly in the healthcare sector. As I mentioned, actually we are increasing our platform that we have electronic medical record, appointments, and the follow-up of the patient. We are thankful to Basque Country to support our development, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And our next, let's welcome now our next startup, which is Indart 3D, based in our Business Innovation Center, BIC Gipuzkoa, and linked to additive manufacturing.
Okay, so my name is Leire, and I'm from Indar 3D, that we are in Gipuzkoa, in Irún. There is a video that should... Is there a video there? Okay. If not, I can start, but... Okay. At Indar 3D, we design and manufacture our own 3D printers range. We also offer our customers the opportunity to customize the equipment depending on their needs. Here, in this video, we can see one of our printers. This is the NX Pro Dual, which has two different heads, one pellet head and one filament head, in order to make the most of each type. Our specialty is the pellet 3D printing. The pellets allow us to work with material that don't exist in filament format, and also to work with a bigger range of nozzles. The material range in pellet is very wide, which allow us and also our clients to use the equipment to develop and try their own materials. They can create their own pellets with different loads of glass, flexibility, carbon fiber, etc. Among all the materials that we use, we can see here that we use, for example, ceramic. This is in this case. Also, we use engineering and high-performance polymer, thermoplastic elastomers with low shear A. Here you have a lot of them that we can use. In Indar 3D also, apart from all the printers from the catalog that we offer to our clients, we also offer tailor-made 3D printers. For example, in the last time, we have developed and manufactured 3D printers with 4 different heads. And also, we have just finished with a printer of 1.5 wide range. So it's like, for example, like me. It can print a person like me, for example. So this is what is our company, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have now our last startup, which is My Dentist, based in our Business Innovation Center, Vizcaya, and linked to the health vertical. Your turn.
Good morning, I'm Iraiz Cordero, CTO of My Dentist, and it's super hard for me to say this, but I haven't been going to the dentist for many years because of fear. Well, for fear and for money. And the lack of prevention and early treatment caused me pain and, in the end, even more money. Sadly, I'm not the only one person that has like this. And dentistry is unaffordable for millions of people. In Spain, 30% of the population doesn't visit the dentist for economic reasons. Costs are also a problem for dentists. Clinics must compete more and more to attract new patients, and professionals waste a lot of time in dental chair appointments to plan each dental treatment. So that's why we are building My Dentist, an AI-powered solution that provides patients with a free self-diagnostic tool that helps prevention. It also generates new patients for clinics and allows professionals to save time in treatment planning, simplifying tasks such as dental mapping, diagnosis, or communication with the patient, thanks to our self-generated and personalized report. So let me introduce you the best of my dentist, a super interdisciplinary team with a deep experience in entrepreneurship and dental research. So how my dentist works? Well, our deep learning-based model analyzes previously taken images from our patients' smartphones. So the app gives them an overall information of their oral health and suggests them to book an appointment with our clinics, with clinics that are subscribed to my dentist, including all the teledentistry services. What's more, our research team with our algorithms can prevent systemic diseases like diabetes or Alzheimer. And in a near future, we will be talking about prediction. We are in a very powerful market that is constantly growing, and as you can see, teledentistry has generated revenues than more than 1 billion euros. McKinsey's latest analysis indicates that the telehealth has increased 38 times due to the pandemic. To make profitable our technology, we are offering our platform as a subscription model and with a fixed fee per user or lead generated. So we are not alone in the virtual dental market, and as our competitive advantage, we are the first in the market offering an all-in-one service. In 2023, we launched a pilot in dental clinic, and we are about to start a pilot in private hospital for monitoring systemic diseases. So this is my dentist, and we are shaping the future of the dentistry to make it more accessible and efficient for everyone. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Well, we have reached the end of this session. Thank you very much for your attention and your time during this South Summit. And if you are a startup, an investor, or anyone interested in entrepreneurship, I encourage you to contact us through Opuscadi. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay. So welcome. Lovely to see the room packed, even though it's lunchtime. I think you are all hungry for the topics of healthcare and healthcarepreneurs. So welcome so much to this panel discussion where we will be addressing the barriers for healthcarepreneurs through the lens of skills and capabilities. And there are so many different aspects to this topic. Everything from looking at the shortage of workers in the healthcare space to the varying degrees of digital skills among the workforce in healthcare, to also the growing demand for specific skills when we move into areas such as precision medicine, digital pathology, gene and cell therapy. So there's a big focus on what are the skills that are needed in healthcare in order to be able to innovate and also implement those innovations. And to discuss and address this topic with me today, I have a wonderful panel, starting with Dr. Joseph Comin. He is the Director of Cardiology, the Cardiology Department at the Belvidge University Hospital, and also the Director of the BioHeart Cardiovascular Research Group at the Belvidge Biomedical Research Institute. Welcome. We also have Tamir Tal, who is the CEO of Cordium Medical, developer of Hero. You might have heard Tamir speak earlier today at the arena stage. It's a speech-based medical as a software device, as a medical device. That you're going to hear more about. We also have Diego Valesco, the head of innovation at the Ramon y Cajal Health Research Institute. I might have pronounced that wrong, apologies. But it's a center with over 1,200 researchers, and he gathers more than 18 years of experience in tech transfer, valorization, entrepreneurship, and investment in projects from both academia and hospitals. So big welcome. And then we have Aline Noisette. She's an international influencer and independent consultant who are dedicated to digital health. She has been connecting the dots between different actors of the digital health ecosystem for more than 12 years, working with them for both startups, pharma, hospitals, investors, insurance, and patients. Shall we not give them an applause? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and you might be wondering, who the heck am I sitting here? Apologies for that. My name is Madeleine Thun, and I represent A Catalyst, which is AstraZeneca's global network of health innovation hubs and labs, where we work to really try and solve very concrete health and healthcare challenges with the healthcare ecosystem. So partners such as these. So thank you for having me here. But to start this off, we're going to look at a very concrete innovation project that you, Dr. Comin, and you, Tamir, are working on together. You're currently collaborating around a novel way of monitoring heart failure patients using the solution that you developed, which is using voice and speech analysis. But if I turn to you, Dr. Comin, to start with, what have been some of the major challenges in this project, and which skills gaps have you seen?
This is one of the key points in terms of we as clinicians, and particularly dealing with patients with heart failure. We've been pretty much involved in heart failure research using eHealth in the last 10 years. So for the team, it was not a problem in terms of adoption of a new solution that actually help us to do an early prevention of readmission of patient. But usually the main barriers would be around, first, how patients cope with technology. Still think that patients with chronic conditions are old patients, so there's still, let's say, a computer skill gap in this particular aspect. Also, I would say the main barrier is the institutional barrier, how institutions, and particularly healthcare institutions, are willing or not to adopt new innovations in terms of e-health. And the last thing, which is something that can be sorted out actually, is the integration of this information into our electronic and medical records. So this would be the main barriers I found when we try to implement these new projects.
Thank you for sharing. And if I turn to you, Tamir, you're on the other side of this challenge. Like, what are the challenges that you've seen, and what would you like to address?
I can echo Dr. Comin remarks, because we came to Belvidge Hospital, and after 3-hour training, the entire clinical team, which is not just physicians, it's healthcare practitioners, because the system is used also by nurses as well. So there were, after three hours training, they were all fluent in the system and admitting themselves patient within 15 minutes time. And we're sitting there, and like it's your baby for like a lot of time, and all of a sudden you see it in the hands of people, and they are really, really
I'm not sure if it's unique because we haven't been to a lot of hospitals. This is the first location we're actually running the system as a pilot in a project with AstraZeneca. But our experience was amazing. They were really adaptive. They know digital. They know remote monitoring. They understood it exclusively. And even with the discussion we had afterwards, everything is ticking and clicking perfectly. In that, I think that we as a company, one of the biggest obstacles that we have, you talked about gaps with startup companies. One of the biggest gaps, I think it's the biggest, even more than regulatory and clinical, is market access. In that, AstraZeneca actually made a match made in heaven, putting our technology in such good hands, and by that allowing us as a small company to overcome a market access, even in a market we don't know at all, the way they were prepared and admitted into the hospitals. So for me, this is one of this collaboration that we have is actually solve a lot of solution. And just by noting something about what Dr. Kumin said about the electronic medical record, the last topic, not just the patient, how the physician can get it in. So there's new, I'm not sure how many of the audience know about, but there's a new standard called FHIR, F-H-I-R, which is something that will allow all digital health technologies to connect via one API, one access point, a server that sits in the entrance of the hospital, and then it will be, this will translate the signals that we're sending or the alerts and put them directly in the electronic medical records of the patient. And our system is already FHIR compliant, and perhaps the next thing that we'll do with Dr. Kumin is to check that as well.
Yep. Thank you for sharing, because you represent a very unique viewpoint on this from the entrepreneur side. And Aline, I want to turn to you here, because as we're touching upon here, there are many different stakeholders when it comes to innovation in healthcare, and foremost, implementation of innovation. So we have the solution providers, we have the nurses, we have the physicians, but we also have the department heads, both of hospitals and care providers in large, the payers. Aline, you have a very broad experience in this area across the entire healthcare ecosystem. So what do you see building on what these guys have shared?
So maybe the first thing, if you look at all those different actors, what we often found is that there's a lack of alignment, or those people are not always talking the same language, that the timings are different, the objectives are different, KPIs are different. So it's like it's sometimes difficult to align, and it creates frustration. So to help to speak the same language and to align on those objectives. And then if we look, for example, healthcare professionals, I feel that they lack some knowledge of what's out there in terms of technology. So they have a very good knowledge of their problems, like what they cope with every day with their patients as healthcare professionals. And there are solutions like Tamir's solution on the market, but healthcare professionals are not always up there.
I'm just managing it. No, I'm just joking.
But one like you. So yeah, I think it's important. So you have a problem, and you want to see what's out there to say, actually, that could help me solve that problem, no? And then the other issue that we see with healthcare professionals is like management of innovation. So when you bring an innovation in a hospital, that includes some management, some change, some culture change inside the department, inside the hospital, and that's not always easy, you know, maybe as healthcare professionals are maybe not used to that, so you have to get the whole department, maybe the whole clinic on board. And something that I saw also is with data. So we talk a lot about data now, data are very important, but healthcare professionals are not necessarily trained to deal with the data, to know to use the data. I remember a sleep clinician, one day she said, well, a patient came to me with 6 months worth of sleep data. What do I do with that? So that's where there's a gap here of helping them to understand those data, what to do with those data. And maybe quickly from the healthcare professional entrepreneur side, to have a clear understanding of the problem. So they know that the technologies, but maybe sometimes they're lacking the real problem, and also having a clear idea of the patient journey and how their solutions are fitting in the patient or user journey, if it's for a healthcare professional, and integration within the hospital, because that can be also scary for a healthcare professional. Like, how is that gonna fit? Is it gonna be integrated with my EHR? Is it gonna represent like more work for me? So those things are important.
it's incredibly interesting what we're bringing up, because we had a pre-chat before getting together here. The first thing everyone said is that there's not a lack of willingness, interest. Everyone is wanting to solve challenges on behalf of patients much better. And then when we started discussing what is actually the skills gap then, because everyone is leading very digital lives outside of the healthcare arena, but it is a lot what you're bringing into attention here, that every single individual, they have their narrow focus on what they're solving, and many times the challenges are above or between. So it's mandates and incentives and funding and regulatory aspects that we talked about. So wonderful. But I'd like to have you, Diego, kind of conclude on this topic, because you are uniquely positioned to do so, as in your current role you're managing over 100 different health innovation projects. So if you want to conclude in these topics, and what do you think is what dominates there?
Okay, so my point of view is a bit different because I work in a research center, so trying to push the innovation from healthcare professionals forward. But, well, I totally agree with Aline's vision of the diagnosis of the ecosystem is similar, I think, in all Europe and all around the world, I think. But putting the focus on the healthcare professional, I think the main gap is time, is lack of time. Well, I work in a public hospital, right? And then all this time, all the schedules are for patients. But we should find the time for them to be involved in innovation, to design new innovation, to co-create with the startup companies, but also to implement innovation as we've just seen. That's a very important point for them, to make them involved in the development projects in general. And also, maybe as a consequence, the innovation should be part of their careers. Innovation, they should have the acknowledgement of innovation as part of in the degree to maybe to be a chief of department. It should be a good point to assess on the evaluation panel, right? Well, secondly, also Aline mentioned, I think there's a question of languages. I think it's important. Healthcare professionals have some language, or acquire some language in engineering to make this conversation more efficient and more agile. And well, another point important to move forward innovation from these research centers is the healthcare professionals should be aware of the importance, the relevance of companies, startup companies, on venture capital, on the vision of industry from the beginning of the project when they want to take their ideas to become a new product. So well, I think these are the main gaps for them.
Very interesting points there. We had another panel discussion earlier today around this topic as well, and the need for the ecosystem is so huge. The CEO of Memark, I think the company is called, they do liquid biopsy for gynecological diagnosis, and she was saying that you have to be very humble in your approach, and I think you experienced this as well, Tamir. You cannot do this alone, and I think the recognition that everyone is needed. We didn't start by defining what do we mean by healthcarepreneur, but we talked about that when we had our pre-call. And it's easy to think of entrepreneurs as those, crazy startup champions, but for innovation in healthcare to succeed, you need those healthcarepreneurs everywhere. And regardless of where you are in your role, to having that ability to lean forward and be an innovator and focus on the impact we're trying to drive, and with that as like your power engine, daring to challenge status quo, find new ways forward. So healthcarepreneurs is literally anyone who's looking to drive a better healthcare system for all of us. But coming back to this, and like we have the focus here on challenges, barriers, gaps, as entrepreneurs then, as innovators. Challenges, obstacles, and problems are what fuels innovation. So looking at that, what are kind of some, if we kind of look out into the future a little bit more, 5-10 years out, I want to turn to you again, Diego. There are lots of opportunities and solutions on the horizon. What do you see as kind of possibilities and things that can solve these kind of challenges and skills gaps?
I'm going to give you an example of a program we've just launched. It's called Mission Ramon y Cajal 2030. Okay. Well, it's a name or a title that is commonly used in the EU funding programs right now. But what we are doing is asking healthcare professionals for the new digital solution, medical devices, and therapies they would like to have in the next 7 years, in 2030. From this beginning, we assist in the process of creating a team, multidisciplinary team, working with engineers from university, but also working with the startups or other companies. And then after that, creating or trying to create a solid project, we ask for, well, we created a panel of mentors coming from the venture capital or industry, giving us some feedback on the project, trying to valorize all the development projects. And at that point, we are funding the project, the first steps to create value in this first research or first prototypes of the project. So as a sum, let's say intraprenerships from healthcare professionals involve the ecosystems, and also involve or have always the funding vision, the funders' vision, and the industry vision, but from the start, from the beginning of the project.
The panel earlier today looked at some of those challenges as well, from kind of what are trends, what are things that we see coming. I participated in a panel discussion last week on deep tech and deep tech in healthcare, and it's easy to look at those very, advanced technologies, deep tech, really fundamentally changing things, but there's so much opportunity here and now with fairly, close to us technologies and solutions and ways. So bringing it a little bit back home to where we are now, and then what do you see as kind of solutions in the near term, things in the near term that can help us overcome and move forward?
Well, first, I totally agree with Diego, all what he said. What I would add is importance for if we take the healthcare professionals in mind, to have them really in contact with what's happening out there. So going to conferences like this one today, I think it's amazing because you see the solution. And I like South Summit because it's not just healthcare, because we tend to go to healthcare conferences, and it's good because you need to know what's happening for healthcare. But going to more general conferences, you also see things that are not yet in healthcare but can have an impact in healthcare. So that's one. I think education also, we see more and more like specialized masters, like bioinformatics masters, who are giving you an overview of, so youth pack data, what we were mentioning before, management, like a bit of healthcare, and those masters, those figures can actually complement very well a team, like if you join them if you put them in a hospital. And also I think that idea of co-living, of different people with different abilities collaborating together inside a same team. So this week I was also at a conference in Barcelona, and there was someone from Hospital Clinic who presented an algorithm that they developed, like amazing, very impressive algorithm. And Carolina was presenting, said, well, I didn't do that. I can't use a laptop, I can't use a computer, but she's the doctor. She knows what she wanted to get out of the data, and she teamed up with a IT person that could do that for her. So I think that's also key in those situations. So that's what we need to do. Yeah.
Wonderful examples, because to your point, some of the most complex problems need multifunctional teams, multi-skilled teams, and there's so much to learn from other sectors as well. Some, I think, of the biggest challenges that we face as a human race are not going to be solved by the sector that usually dominates that space. Some of you who heard me speak before might have heard this analogy before, but if you think about all the focus on prevention and trying to get people to live healthy, and if you go to App Store, you will find many, many apps on lifestyle kind of supporting solutions from a medical perspective. But then you look at Pokemon Go, and I don't think there's any other solution out there that managed to get so many people that otherwise would have been quite stationary to go out, be out in nature, be social, and they did not have that as a starting point, I bet you. But that was a very beautiful collateral from that. So being able to collaborate with different sectors is going to be huge, and lifestyle is going to have a huge impact, we think. But bringing it back, as you said, to kind of what can we do here and now. Turning to you again, Dr. Kumar, in your practice, both in your research institute and in your cardiology department, what do you see that you can do here and now to advance and progress?
Well, I think the main point would be change the way we really implement these innovations. I would say, from my experience, there's no point on thinking first on the innovation in terms of an application or maybe a new device, and doing this before you really change the way you treat and you see patients and you follow them. So let's say what is actually powerful is when you are able to build up together with in a multidisciplinary approaches, not just healthcare, but also other people in the hospital and in healthcare sector, but also patients and caregivers, and think how really healthcare should be delivered. So it means reengineering of care is the first step in terms to understand what we're going to need in terms of, let's say, digital innovation, for instance, right? So changing the way we treat patients makes the difference, because we're going to design and understand from the patient perspective, I would say the experience of the patient, what's actually expected from the patient, and also we will align this with the objectives we as a healthcare professionals, okay, reduce mortality, reduce readmission, improve quality of life. So once you've done that, then you can repeat again, reiterate, and together design with, I would say, the binomial between caregivers, patients, and also healthcare professionals, the solutions that would match that. This is the way to, let's say, have meaningful tools that could be applied in real world, that would be adopted by healthcare professionals, but also by patients and caregivers, and because you ensure that the capabilities of these actors would be actually matching with the solutions you've designed. So this sense of, let's say, let's open our circle of innovation to other aspects and other actors, particularly patients and caregivers, would be the main revolution in the next step of design in this.
Beautiful, thank you, Dr. Kumar. Tamir, you're a very successful healthcarepreneur. You have managed to navigate the challenges quite well, and it's a complex system. But what has been the most important support that you have received?
So I really want to connect to both what Diego and Aline said, and I think that they're touched a little bit about the business side of healthcare. I think Aline talked mostly, and she's absolutely right, about the clinical need of having specifically software engineers dealing with physician, understand their needs, understanding the physician, live in a world that they cannot do almost everything. They cannot do anything because they're regulated, their professionalism doesn't allow them to move as easy as software engineers. They need to understand this gap. So I absolutely agree with you. But, and Diego touches a little bit about, involving VCs and whatever, and the stuff that he's scouting right now. I think it's crucial. The business side of healthcare is horrendous. It's hard. It's including regulation. You need to design a very cost-efficient studies. It's once you've done that and you pass the regulation hurdle, then you need to decide who I'm going to sell it to. And this does not end, because once you sell it, the person that buys it from you, who's going to cover it, right? So it's reimbursement. It's the provider. And if you don't talk to all stakeholders, not just the clinical, which I agree with you completely, this is like the basic need, but if you don't talk to regulator experts, to strategic like AstraZeneca, that are operating in the field that understand the business, to healthcare administrators, people that sit on the money chains. If you don't do that, you can develop, so if you don't have a clinician, you'll develop a great software that nobody will use, right? Especially, and you know, just to add something about the information, I see we have a little bit of time, is that some of the problem of the deep tech, of everything like that, is it bombard you with information. Digital health needs to be binary. Physician got enough data on their head as it is. New physicians, what they do, they analyze data all the time. They don't even check patients anymore because of the amount of they don't touch them because of the amount of information they get. If you're just sending too much information, I'm not talking about the senior physician, I'm talking about the younger one. Don't worry. Dr. Comín will touch all his patients. So,
in a compliant way. Yeah.
Of course. Sorry.
Yeah.
So you don't want to bombard them with information. You want to be very efficient, very binary, give them a fast time to give a decision. You have something monitoring a patient 24/7, you bomb the physician, he will not touch it. So you need the clinician inside for sure. But if you'll not talk to someone that understands, tells you how to sell it, how to do it, you will never succeed. And I think the best support I got was dealing with angels and incubators that didn't just brought money into the table, but brought smart advice, help you build your team. I'll give you an example from Hero. When I started, I came from the medical device industry. So I recruited a VP of clinical and regulation, senior VP from the medical device industry. But once I started, I see she cannot deal with the amount of information because in medical device invasive, you got like what, 50 patients, 60 patients until you get an FDA. All of a sudden, you're dealing with thousands of patients, tons of information. You need to go pharma. And it was the first interaction I ever had with a clinical person from pharma. And the empathy and the way that she deals with the patients and with the physicians and building the team, it's super important. And this is only something that you can do in a place that allows you flexibility and room for error. If you go directly to VCs, it's not probably going to be a good idea. So you want to be, when you come to a VC, you want to have already proof of concept. You want to have a very clear regulatory pathway and the business model. If you don't have those, you're in a problem. So for me, the first mentors, the people that I talk to from the strategic that give you this, you know, sometimes without even, they don't charge anything, they just talk to you. This is the biggest support, because if you don't implement it day one in the design, it's very hard to look back.
Very, very true. And I think one of the trickiest things with this industry, there are a few others that have a similar challenge, but that is that the user, the decider, and the payer are usually completely different stakeholders. And you need to make sure you solve the problem for each of every one of them. I'm just going to look at the clock. We have 3 minutes to go. So if anyone has any questions, please wave.
We were just perfect.
You were perfect.
To ask anything. We answered all the questions.
Learned that you're supposed to stay quiet for 9 seconds, because then someone has a question. Yes, wonderful. Do we have a microphone? There was a lady here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me ask. Okay, my voice is a bit weird, but whatever. So I used to work as a speech genetics specialist in healthcare for 5 years, and when you were mentioning about applying new technologies to the field, I have seen in the sector that most of the time healthcare, pharma, and like companies that are focused on healthcare either focus on short-term games or they really focus on long-term games. So they either focus on the patient, doctor side, and like to make the things easier in the hospitals and have a cost effectiveness, or on the other side, they try to focus on gather patient data. They try to gather the patient data, and it takes like years, and it takes a long time. So in this case, what do you think, like generally in Europe, and again in Spain, which will be the focus of the companies, short-term or long-term games? Thank you.
Do you want to respond to me, or you are?
So again, as I told before, you need to have a business model. We're you know, first the patients are important. They're most important. You know, their longevity, improving their quality of life. But if you'll not have a business model, you'll not be able to help them. So the way that you need to work, and it's a great point what you said, because I think it's illuminated very nicely what Diego and Aline told just before, and Dr. Comín also mentioned. If you don't know from day one what's your plan, it's not good. So it doesn't matter if you think short term, the best way to bring your product into the market, build it around a reimbursement or a business model or support that will be short-term. Sometimes give it for free. You know, a lot of the time pharma companies will come to you and tell you, all right, I will give you a digital solution for free because it helps me to do something else, right? So this is short-term. And if you long-term games, so you need to build the entire company like this. You need to have funding. You need to have investors that are patient. So meaning go government, go EU, go places that are less interested in short-term, or work with a big strategic that will say, all right, I've got a great team of people working here, very smart. I love what they're doing. I will not do it in my house because it will take forever. Let me fund it. And so you need to think about the funding. Doesn't matter which way you go. You can, in both ways, succeed as long as you plan it from day one.
It's a very important question because if I'm not mistaken, it took ChatGPT to get 5 days to get to 1 million users. That's probably not going to happen in most of the healthcare startups because it is a long-term game.
I agree.
That's something that we'll be talking about, I think, in some of the other sessions as well around the other barriers, because we have to also make it easier to succeed with innovation. Skills and capabilities are one angle to that. Anyone else? I think someone else was waving before. Not, I think we're out of time. I would like to thank you. You've been amazing. Before we say a big thank you and like big applause and all of that, when you're discussing with brilliant minds, times always fly. But I want to hand over to the next panelist, actually, where Montse Delgado will guide you through the topic of the next healthcare innovation wave, learnings from the clinicalpreneurs. So it's another aspect of this. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Erin. Diego.
buenas tardes a todos. Estamos ya listos para empezar. Esta segunda parte de la sesión dedicada a skills que han organizado AstraZeneca y IT Health va a ser en español. Creo que venimos de una sesión súper interesante en la que han cubierto muchos puntos relevantes y me siento un poco como cuando era muy jovencita y me sacaban de la teoría y me ponía a aprender en el practicum, ¿no? Porque realmente vamos a aprender a través de la historia, de las historias y las mochilas de aprendizaje de healthpreneurs. Tienen en común, lo veréis, todas las historias que comparten la aptitud emprendedora. Y antes hemos dicho que la aptitud emprendedora al final es ese deseo por cambiar, ese deseo por decir, señores, yo conozco muy bien este problema o estoy dispuesto a asociarme con alguien que lo conoce muy bien. No es montar una empresa, muchas veces empieza por levantar la voz y tener ganas de cambiar el sistema. Entonces, ellos tienen esta faceta común, pueden ser líderes de algún cambio en su área de conocimiento en un hospital, en otros casos están fundando empresas, cada uno tiene su viaje particular y yo os invito a que hagáis un viaje empático a su learning journey, no es el patient journey, en este caso es el learning journey, ¿de acuerdo? Para descubrir qué otras aptitudes, y también me gustaría introducir la palabra competencia. Muchas veces cuando somos personas muy formadas y tenemos un background distinto, durante este journey lo que vamos adquiriendo son competencias para hacer realidad otras posibilidades y abrir otras posibilidades. En el caso del emprendimiento, es bastante evidente, porque a mí si me preguntáis hace pues seguramente 15 años cómo haría para buscar recursos o para intentar mostrar mis dotes, mis habilidades de liderazgo para que alguien creyera en mí para desarrollar un proyecto, pues probablemente no lo sabría. Las competencias en el campo del emprendimiento muchas veces también se adoptan pues poco a poco y seguramente ahora que se habla tanto del aprendizaje personalizado, ¿no? Antes hemos tenido sesiones de EduTech y es muy probable que alguien haya hablado de cómo personalizar el aprendizaje, seguramente pocos aprendizajes más personalizados hay que el que quiere desarrollar un proyecto o una startup, ¿sí? Bueno, dicho todo esto, creo que la única cosa que no he contado es que soy Montse Delgado y que, como os imagináis, me dedico a apoyar al talento emprendedor, tanto a profesionales en activo como a las generaciones más jóvenes en Europa desde IT Health. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno, vamos ahora a empezar a dar paso a las presentaciones de nuestros healthcarepreneurs, que me suena muy largo. En algunos casos creo que también podríamos hablar de clinicalpreneurs. El primero en presentar será el doctor Jaime Aboal Viñas. Estoy leyendo porque no me quiero dejar nada, Jaime. Eres el jefe responsable de la sección de cardiología en el Hospital de Gerona. Nos vienes a hablar de Odisea, que revisa e innova el procedimiento del código de infarto. Adelante cuando quieras.
Bueno, buenas tardes a toos y primero de todo agradecer a AstraZeneca, agradecer a IT Health y a Satsuami darme esta oportunidad de poder presentar en mi proyecto. Comentabas, yo soy el doctor Agual, soy el jefe clínico de cardiología de un hospital Josep Trueta que está en el noreste de España y os quiero explicar un poquito cómo hemos desarrollado este proyecto que se llama Odisea. Os tengo que dar primero una mini clase, lo siento, de cardiología, porque si no va a ser difícil que lo entendáis, ¿vale? El vídeo no rueda, pero yo os lo explico, no os preocupéis. ¿Qué es un infarto de miocardio? Primero de todo, un infarto es una cosa muy frecuente. Hay un infarto en España cada 7 minutos. Mi speech dura 7 minutos. Durante este tiempo alguien se va a infartar en España. Espero que no seáis ninguno de vosotros, porque me la vais a estropear. Un infarto es una obstrucción de una arteria coronaria, digamos así, una arteria coronaria que es la manera que tiene el corazón de recibir la sangre y el oxígeno para poder trabajar. Si estas arterias se tapan, el corazón empieza un proceso de necrosis miocárdica muy rápido. Muy rápido quiere decir que en las primeras 3 horas el 80% del área afectada está muerta y además de una manera irreversible. ¿De acuerdo? Por eso nosotros tenemos un axioma que es que el tiempo es oro, el tiempo es corazón. Es importantísimo dar el tratamiento, y el tratamiento de un infarto es abrir la arteria lo más rápidamente posible. En el momento que abrimos la arteria se para este proceso de necrosis y el paciente evidentemente mejora. Pero hay un problema. En el infarto agudo de miocardio, las personas que tienen un infarto agudo de miocardio, solo un 10% de ellas van directamente a un hospital en el que hay un cardiólogo y están los equipos para hacer ese tratamiento. Y el otro 90% tienen que pasar por un diagnóstico, un traslado y un tratamiento en mi hospital. Ese es el 90%. Y el problema es que en esta vía de de diagnóstico, traslado y tratamiento, entran muchos profesionales en juego. Profesionales que pueden ser médicos de familia, pueden ser médicos de emergencias, pueden ser médicos del SEN o del SAMUR, ¿no? de los sistemas de emergencias de traslado. Ellos vienen de diferentes hospitales, institutos, tienen diferente conocimiento, diferente experiencia a la hora de tratar infartos, y si tú quieres conseguir una perfecta coordinación entre todos ellos, necesitas unas vías de información entre ellos que sean también perfectas. Y el problema es que a día de hoy, en mi región sanitaria y en la mayoría de regiones sanitarias, las vías de coordinación e información de esta parte prehospitalaria del infarto agudo de miocardio está llena de ineficiencias. Entre 4 y 6 llamadas para pasarnos toda la información del paciente o del infarto. No se puede compartir algo tan básico como es el electro. El electro es una foto eléctrica de tu corazón, que es el que me da a mí el diagnóstico final de un infarto, ¿de acuerdo? No se puede registrar de manera correcta la medicación. Aquí supone que podemos llegar a cometer errores y va en contra de la seguridad. Y finalmente no tenemos feedback. Y cualquier proceso, no solo un proceso asistencial, si no hay feedback, es muy difícil mejorarlo. Nosotros detectamos estos 3 problemas. Uno, la ineficiencia en nuestras vías de información y probablemente en parte por eso, y no es toda la explicación, 1 de cada 3 pacientes tenían unos tiempos de tratamiento un poco exagerados, fuera de nuestros estándares, y además otra parte importante, cuando el paciente llegaba a nuestro hospital, un 15-20%, 1 de cada 4, al final no era un infarto. Parecía que era un infarto inicialmente, así lo vio el médico de cabecera inicialmente, pero cuando llegaba a mi hospital se habían consumido recursos y tiempo y no era un infarto ni tenía nada que ver con un problema de corazón. Nosotros tuvimos una hipótesis. Si conseguimos mejorar nuestra coordinación, probablemente mejoraremos los tiempos de tratamiento. Esto hará que el infarto sea más pequeño y tenga mejor pronóstico el paciente, y también mejoraremos la selección de los pacientes y evitaremos costes innecesarios. Y fue la idea o la razón por el año 2020, un grupo de expertos, médicos de diferentes especialidades, con programadores, con investigadores, desarrollamos este software. Es un software que tiene una versión web y también tiene una versión app que se puede bajar en la Play Store. Actualmente no está disponible en la Apple Store. Y lo que hicimos, os explico un poquito cómo funciona, es intentar solucionar todos estos problemas que yo os he comentado. Por una parte, cuando llega un paciente que tiene una sospecha de un infarto, nosotros introducimos toda la información en este software. ¿Vale? Información del paciente, hacemos una foto al electrocardiograma, la información de la medicación administrada. En ese momento, a los cardiólogos que estamos en el hospital de guardia nos llega un aviso, como si fuera un WhatsApp. Ojo, tenemos un nuevo infarto. También le llega a los médicos que realizarán este traslado. Nosotros podemos en ese momento acceder a toda la información que se ha introducido dentro de este software. Y tiene otras funcionalidades. Ofrece un tratamiento recomendado para ese primer médico, para que no falle. Tiene la posibilidad de tener un chat para poder coordinar decisiones de una manera conjunta, geolocaliza al paciente, yo tengo un control perfecto, yo tengo un mapa, veo un punto azul que se va acercando hacia mi hospital, eso me da a mí el control total del proceso, registra medicación, no cometo errores, administran de manera errónea y finalmente, y más importante creo, genera un informe final con todo el tratamiento administrado, con el resultado de la prueba, si era o no era un infarto y se lo hace llegar a todos los médicos involucrados en este proceso asistencial. Por fin tenemos feedback. Y os quiero acabar de explicar los resultados de la prueba que hemos hecho en vida real. Nosotros desarrollamos en el año 2020, lo hemos publicado todo, somos así los médicos. Bueno, en 2020 desarrollamos este software, en el año 2021 hicimos una prueba piloto para mejorarlo, para ver que realmente se ponía en marcha. Lo más difícil, os aseguro, fue coordinar a 11 instituciones y hospitales y a más de 500 médicos en el uso de este aplicativo, de este software. Y finalmente, en el 2022, pusimos en marcha la prueba piloto en vida real, con más de 400 pacientes incluidos. Y lo que hicimos fue comparar resultados con una etapa previa, que fue el año 2019, porque evidentemente 2020 y 2021 fueron años COVID y no era justo compararlo con eso. Y conseguimos reducir 15 minutos el tiempo de tratamiento. Eso parece una tontería, parece poco, pero para los cardiólogos es muy importante. Tenéis que pensar que 30 minutos de reducción de este tiempo es reducir 7% tu riesgo de morirte. Y no solo eso, también evitamos 128 traslados innecesarios. Y lo que hemos hecho es calcular el coste de lo que hubiera supuesto estos traslados innecesarios, y son 231.000 euros durante ese año utilizando este software Odisea en nuestra región sanitaria. En resumen, nosotros hemos creado el primer software que lo que hace es coordinarnos mejor de manera prehospitalaria en algo tan relevante como es el infarto agudo de miocardio para mejorar este proceso asistencial. Muchas gracias.
No he dicho nada, si hay preguntas las dejamos para el final, pero no la olvidéis, guardárosla aquí, como decían los profesores. Bueno, pues ahora es el turno de la doctora María Dolores Martínez Pitarch, que es especialista en neumología en el Hospital de Xàtiva Lluís Alcanys y que también es la secretaria de la Sociedad Valenciana de Neumología. Bienvenida. Nos va a hablar de un sistema de control, AICOS, ¿no? El control de corticoides en casos de asma grave. Te escuchamos.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Monse. Bueno, me uno a mi compañero por el agradecimiento por la invitación de participar en este foro. Y bueno, os quería comentar un poco mi proyecto de innovación. Fue un proyecto que presenté como un concurso que existe en la Sociedad Española de Neumología, que resultó ganador, y por un problema que yo detectaba en la práctica clínica. Consiste, como ha comentado Monse, en el desarrollo de una app a través de inteligencia artificial para que puedan utilizar los pacientes asmáticos en sus dispositivos móviles. Bueno, esta aplicación le quisimos poner el nombre de AICOS, un poco que reflejan las siglas de cuál es el concepto del proyecto, que consiste en intentar controlar la enfermedad asmática y el uso de los corticoides orales sistémicos que utilizan estos pacientes. ¿Y por qué surge esta idea? Pues, como os he comentado, surge por un problema que detectamos en la práctica clínica. El asma es una enfermedad muy prevalente que, como todos sabéis, pues se caracteriza por pacientes que tienen sensación de falta de aire, ruidos respiratorios, tos, lo cual ocasiona muchos episodios de agudización, tienen que acudir reiteradamente a las visitas de urgencias, ingresos hospitalarios y va a tener una gran repercusión en su vida. El asma es una enfermedad muy prevalente, pero el asma grave, aunque representa solo un 5 o un 10% de los casos totales de asma, tiene un gran impacto a nivel económico por los importantes recursos sanitarios que se consumen y sobre todo a nivel de repercusión en los pacientes, con una gran afectación de la calidad de vida. Estos pacientes necesitan tratamientos inhalados a altas dosis e incluso llevando una implementación del tratamiento a dosis altas, tienen una enfermedad muy mal controlada y requieren en numerosas ocasiones el uso de corticoides sistémicos para poder controlar la enfermedad. Los corticoides son unos medicamentos que realmente consiguen una mejoría clínica, pero también tienen unos graves efectos secundarios que en muchas ocasiones son desconocidos por la población general. Y bueno, lo que encontramos en la práctica clínica diaria, los que nos dedicamos un poco a la asistencia del asma grave, es que es muy difícil detectar la cantidad de corticoides que consumen estos pacientes, porque acuden a diferentes estamentos del sistema sanitario, visitas a urgencias, salas ambulatorios, y aunque en el actual sistema de salud, en los registros sanitarios, podíamos detectar las visitas de urgencias o a los centros sanitarios, no podemos calcular la dosis total de los corticoides que han sido consumidos. Y numerosas publicaciones nos muestran que no son importantes solo los ciclos de estos corticoides, sino la dosis acumulada que se consiga a lo largo de un año. Y es por eso, pues, porque decidimos implementar esta nueva herramienta digital para intentar detectar aquellos pacientes con un alto consumo y también un poco implementar su tratamiento. Esta aplicación, pues, en un primer momento es necesario que el paciente registre cuál es su enfermedad asmática, en qué etapa se encuentra y que vaya un poco incorporando cada vez que consume corticoides por alguna agudización, la cantidad, la dosis, qué sistema sanitario se lo ha recetado y cuál ha sido la sintomatología que ha presentado para el consumo. De forma que la aplicación va calculando de forma dinámica cuál es la dosis acumulada y cuando se obtiene una cifra que, según los estudios científicos, han estimado de 0,5 a 1 gramo, estamos ante un paciente con un alto consumo de corticoides y, por tanto, por un mal control, que debe ser detectado por el sistema sanitario para implementar su tratamiento. La aplicación permite también elaborar una serie de gráficos que nos pueden dar una idea de cuál es el perfil de prescripción de corticoides en este paciente, qué sistema sanitario se ha contactado y cuál ha sido la sintomatología que ha provocado el uso de estos corticoides. También esta app intenta tener una acción divulgativa con la población general. Como os he comentado, los corticoides son unos tratamientos muy beneficiosos, pero la mayoría de la población hace un uso indiscriminado en muchas ocasiones y no conoce cuáles son estos efectos secundarios, que son aumento de peso, diabetes, cataratas, aumento del riesgo de infecciones. La app puede calcular, según la dosis acumulada de cada paciente, los efectos secundarios que tienen con más probabilidad de tener para que pueda contactar con el sistema sanitario. Todo esto es necesario, para el desarrollo de esta app es necesaria la inteligencia artificial, es necesario construir en un primer momento una app inicial con datos de registro y posteriormente ir alimentándola con datos reales para crear un modelo entrenado que finalmente nos predizca resultados. Un poco la utilidad de esta app es, como os he comentado, identificar a aquellos pacientes con un mal control e intentar, pues, mejorar su tratamiento y mejorar su calidad de vida al final. Y bueno, pues un investigador solo realmente no puede hacer nada, por eso siempre un poco es necesario buscar apoyos. En mi caso fue con otra compañera de Noruega que, bueno, sí que ella es experta en inteligencia artificial y que me pudo un poco asesorar en esta parte tan desconocida un poco para mí. Bueno, muchas gracias por la atención.
Bueno, pues ahora es el turno de Sara, que ya veo que te preparas, de la doctora Sara Haley Frades, que es la responsable o jefe del área de cuidados intermedios respiratorios de la Fundación Jiménez Díaz. También eres Chief Scientific Officer, que es un concepto muy interesante para introducir en clave emprendedora, porque significa que en ese viaje y en ese Learning Journey ya hemos tomado algunas decisiones, ¿verdad? Y estás acompañada del CEO perdón, a ver que lo diga bien, de Aether Tech, que es Daniel Oliva, ¿verdad? Nos van a hablar de Emily.ai, que es una solución que resuelve problemas relacionados con la oxigenación del paciente. Pero tú nos explicas el problema, que lo conoces mejor que nadie.
Os voy a explicar. ¿Cuántos de vosotros tenéis más de 40 años? Pues os digo que 5 de cada 100 personas con más de 45 años, 40 años varones, van a tener o tienen una EPOC, y 2 de cada 100 la tienen o la van a tener, y muchos no lo saben. Esto es una enfermedad tremendamente prevalente. ¿Y qué es? En esencia es que se te inflama el pulmón. ¿Y esto cómo empieza? Pues tú te levantas por la mañana y de repente empiezas a toser, y empiezas a tener secreciones, flemas, hasta ahí bien. Empiezas a salir a la calle, haces esfuerzo, tienes presión para respirar, realmente te falta el aire. Empiezas a limitar tus actividades, porque tu mujer hace senderismo, pero dices, a ver, es que yo igual ya no puedo hacer senderismo, empiezo a cambiar, empiezo a esconderme, ¿vale? Y un día pasa un virus por allí, lo coges, y a los que a los demás no le hacen gran daño, terminas en un hospital. Te ponen oxígeno, te dan de alta con oxígeno, y tu mundo ha cambiado. ¿Por qué? Porque ¿cómo ocurre esto? Verdaderamente el médico, nosotros, vemos al paciente sentado, le ponemos un pulsioxímetro, hacemos una gasometría y decimos 2 litros de oxígeno. Y ya está, y te vas a casa con 2 litros de oxígeno. Pero eso se lo hemos dado, y es así como ocurre, ¿eh? Sentado o haciendo una pequeña marcha. Pero su vida real es que este señor o señora necesita bajar, coger un autobús, llevar a sus niños al colegio. No son todos los pacientes con EPOC octogenarios. Y de repente dejan de poder hacerlo. O sea, ¿qué os pide el cuerpo? A vosotros, ¿qué os pediría? Si tenéis que utilizar oxígeno y al final tenéis que salir a la calle con el oxígeno y ese médico os ha dado 2 litros y no os llega para subir a un autobús, ¿vosotros os veis capaces de subirlo a 3 o a 4 sabiendo que el oxígeno, si es corto, es un problema para todos los órganos, y si te pasas es tóxico? Necesitarías un médico contigo, ¿no? 24 horas. Pero es que cuando duermes también te baja la oxigenación y te despiertas ahogado, y es que no hay ahí nadie que lo regule. Y tú no te puedes atrever a regularlo, porque lo que digo, tiene unos bornes a veces un poquito finos. Con lo cual lo que nos pide el cuerpo, ¿no?, es que haya un médico con nosotros, que nos regule el oxígeno y que lo haga tan cerquita nuestro que no haya delay, no haya retrasos. Porque si un enfermo necesita oxígeno, lo necesita ya. ¿Vale? Entonces, ¿qué hemos hecho? Pues diseñar un algoritmo de inteligencia artificial basado en conocimiento médico con una operativa de Edge Computing, quiere decir que actúa contigo, sobre ti, y las pruebas que hemos hecho en base a oxigenación, pues sobre 7.000 datos de 20 pacientes en pacientes críticos, el 87% pues estaban en rango. Tener en cuenta que este es un dispositivo que se puede usar en una UCI, en una planta de hospitalización, y que ese señor se lo lleva a su casa y continúa el tratamiento, el círculo se cierra. Pero ahí no acaba todo. Ese paciente hasta ahí, esto es ya una bomba, porque esto no existe, está continuamente controlado y puede coger ese autobús, llevar a los niños al cole, etcétera, sin tener fatiga. Pero otro de esos problemas es que nunca sabe cuándo se va a poner malo. Esta enfermedad no se puede curar, no tiene curación. Las únicas cosas que han demostrado aumentar la supervivencia es que controlemos bien el oxígeno, oxígeno, pero que seamos capaces de adelantarnos a que ocurra una inflamación o una agudización, lo llamamos así. Esto ya es más complicado, porque tú no puedes, bueno, todos tenemos smartwatches y miles de aplicaciones que de manera discreta miden cosas. ¿Quién lo interpreta? El paciente. Y el médico, si lo tiene que interpretar, interpreta clichés, ¿vale? Pero lo que tú necesitas es tener todos esos datos definidos por médicos, ver cómo interaccionan y verlos en series temporales en tiempo real y con aprendizaje autorrecursivo y transparente, es decir, sin cajas negras, ¿vale? Ahora, Daniel ya os explica porque yo lo explico a nivel individual, hacia dónde puede incluso escalarse esto.
Gracias, Sara. Nada, 4 datos un poco del impacto que tiene. Si nos fijamos un poco en todo el ámbito respiratorio, el 65% aproximadamente de los pacientes respiratorios son pacientes de EPOC. EPOC es la tercera causa de muerte a nivel mundial, es la quinta más discapacitante del mundo. Significan, todas las enfermedades respiratorias significan el 16% de las muertes globales, con lo cual estamos hablando de un problema muy prevalente y con un impacto en todos los sistemas de salud nacionales o mundiales muy alto, ¿no? Para que tengáis 4 datos, pero a nivel de incidencia, si hablamos solo de los que llevan oxígeno, estaríamos hablando de más de 15 millones de pacientes que utilizan oxigenoterapia, de los cuales crece entre un 8 y un 12%. Esto crece básicamente por el envejecimiento, la contaminación en las ciudades, los hábitos tabáquicos, la obesidad, cronicidad, etc. Y todo esto genera pues, una incidencia muy importante. Uno de los principales ejes y de los más importantes que abarcamos nosotros y que comentaba Sara en cuanto a lo que es estas enfermedades crónicas es la exacerbación, que es ese momento en el que el paciente agudiza, tiene que ser ingresado y a partir de ese momento su nivel de salud cae un peldaño, ¿no? Eso tiene un impacto a nivel coste económico, a nivel salud del paciente, etcétera, muy relevante. Para que hagáis una idea, en Europa solo hay 6 millones de admisiones al año solo con EPOC, con un coste medio de unos 6.000 euros y una media de 1,5, en los agudos estaría en 2,4, generando un impacto de más de 55 billones de euros en la salud pública. Y básicamente, nosotros, ¿cómo lo abordamos este problema? Al final puede haber soluciones parciales, pero no hay una herramienta holística que te ayude a gestionar la enfermedad como único paciente, porque al final siempre el paciente es uno, ¿no? Puede haber muchas soluciones, monitorización remota, puede haber algún tipo de máquina de oxigenación automática que se utiliza en los hospitales, pero nada que te ayude y te acompañe, ¿no? Entonces nosotros hemos creado una válvula propia que trabaja con una inteligencia artificial localizada en el Edge, como explicaba Sara, conectable, que se conecta con cualquier smartwatch. Ese smartwatch transmite los datos a la válvula para que se adapte en tiempo real y de manera exacta a ese oxígeno, y además, como el paciente tiene que estar 24 horas con el oxígeno, creamos una plataforma alrededor de eso que lo que permite es tener, como si tuvieras un neumólogo, midiendo no solo el oxígeno y ajustándotelo en tiempo real, sino leyendo todas tus constantes vitales y una serie de datos. Y con esas series temporales que hablaba Sara, que permite detectar si hay una anomalía, y en el momento que detectamos una anomalía tenemos la capacidad de conectarnos a través de una app con ese paciente, recabar una serie de datos y a través de un árbol de decisión y una inteligencia artificial, unos algoritmos creados localizados en el cloud, somos capaces de hacer una serie de prediagnósticos que ayudan no solo a detectarlo en una fase temprana y poder intervenir médicamente, sino incluso a evitar esa agudización con acciones intermedias automatizadas. Y esto, pues obviamente, descarga mucho el peso de los médicos, el peso asistencial y el peso en toda la cadena de valor del proyecto, ¿no? Teníamos un vídeo, pero no acaba de funcionar. Pero bueno, básicamente para que veáis, estamos en una fase, ya tenemos un prototipo funcional, estamos trabajando en un prototipo clínico que empezaremos ya la validación clínica a partir de septiembre. Hemos conseguido superar el estado del arte en cuanto a lo que es dispositivos automated closed loop, que se llaman, con un 87% en los pilotos prospectivos, en saturación de seguridad de los pacientes, y a partir de ahí, en esta fase siguiente, con la incorporación de la aplicación más la nueva IA más el dispositivo avanzado con sensórica avanzada, haremos las pruebas en las que esperamos mejorar toda la parte de prevención de agudizaciones, el incrementar y demostrar que hay una mayor capacidad de ejercicio y que incrementa la calidad de vida de los pacientes por utilizar todo este ecosistema y las eficiencias existentes tanto en el ámbito hospitalario como en el ámbito domiciliario. Y esto es todo.
Lo dejamos aquí, que estamos un poco overtime. Muchas gracias, Sara y Daniel. Ahora es el turno de Diana Ballart, que Diana es CEO y co-founder de Smart Lollipop. Smart Lollipop es un medical device, ¿no? Es un caramelo inteligente, ¿no? Que nos ayuda a través de biosensores, facilita el diagnóstico en paciente infantil y de manera no intrusiva. Yo creo que Diana nos lo cuenta mejor.
Muchas gracias. Es un placer estar aquí para presentaros de Smart Lollipop. Y empezaremos conociendo al paciente, ¿no? Al usuario. Mirad, esta es Nuria. Nuria tiene 3 años y llora en los brazos de su madre casi cada día porque tiene dolor de barriga. Llevan meses con visitas recurrentes en el hospital y aún no tienen un diagnóstico definitivo. Nuria es celíaca, pero con los métodos de diagnóstico actual tenemos el resultado demasiado tarde. Y este niño es Marcel, un niño que se siente tan fuerte como veis. Lo que nadie se imagina es que Marcel tiene el colesterol alto, pero al ser asintomático no tendrá este diagnóstico hasta que quizás a los 18 años le hagan un primer control con sangre. 2 casos que a simple vista parecen muy diferentes, ¿verdad? Pero a nivel de conocimiento de la salud, la situación es la misma. Estos niños y sus familias no tienen un diagnóstico real ni a tiempo, porque para tenerlo hoy en día aún es necesario pasar por aquí, por la clásica analítica de sangre. Esta prueba invasiva y dolorosa que nació en el siglo XIX y que justamente los pediatras intentan evitar por la experiencia que supone. Y en consecuencia hay muchas enfermedades que desconocemos que tienen los pacientes pediátricos porque siempre se intenta evitar esta experiencia. Viendo esto, nos preguntamos, ¿qué le podemos ofrecer al paciente para que colabore activamente con la recogida de la muestra? Nos permita tener un resultado a tiempo y además viva una experiencia médica positiva. Pues nuestra solución es The Smart Lollipop, que siempre llevo un pequeño prototipo encima. The Smart Lollipop es el dispositivo médico basado en un caramelo inteligente que diagnostica enfermedades a través de una muestra de saliva y después digitaliza los resultados a una plataforma online. El objetivo es sustituir la clásica analítica de sangre siempre que podamos tener ese diagnóstico en concreto en saliva. Un diagnóstico, un lollipop. Es decir, somos un point of care de diagnóstico y monitorización de enfermedades a través de saliva. La experiencia de usuario la tenemos validada a partir de niños de 3 años de edad, que fue fantástico ver a los primeros niños comiendo lollipop y mientras se hacían el test continuaban siendo niños, porque un niño no es un adulto en pequeño. Tiene fácil adaptabilidad a diferentes analitos de interés. Nosotros lo que hacemos es cambiamos el biosensor, pero lo que ve el paciente siempre es lo mismo. Fácil de transportar, son pequeños fungibles y un lector óptico para la lectura del biosensor. Siempre contamos con la digitalización de la respuesta y además también, aunque empezamos en pediatría, nos queremos adaptar al target adulto. ¿Y cuál es la experiencia? Primero de todo, lo mejor. El paciente escoge el sabor del lollipop. Tenemos diferentes sabores, el preferido es el de fresa, siempre para los niños, pero también tenemos de manzana, de sandía, que el de sandía está buenísimo. Una vez has cogido el lollipop, empieza a comer el caramelo con total normalidad, como si fuera una piruleta de siempre. Entonces, durante este proceso, nosotros estamos captando saliva gracias a unos canales microfluídricos, consiguiendo que la saliva llegue hasta un biosensor. Cuando el niño termina el lollipop, que son unos 3-5 minutos, le devuelve el lollipop al técnico de cribaje, que puede ser alguien del hospital o también un farmacéutico, y este lo coloca en un lector óptico universal. Y cuando digo universal es porque este lector será capaz de leer diferentes lollipops sin importar el analito de interés con el que está trabajando el biosensor. Entonces, coloca el lollipop en el lector universal y en 10 minutos tenemos el resultado digitalizado a una plataforma online. Es decir, nuestro ecosistema es un fungible, que es el que capta la saliva, la limpia de impurezas y contiene el biosensor. un lector óptico para realmente leer el biosensor con el analito de interés que realmente tenemos. Este lector puede leer los diferentes diagnósticos. Y finalmente, una plataforma online. Es decir, diseño industrial y química, fungible electrónica y online platform, Big Data. Un universo tan complejo como necesario para la medicina del siglo XXI. El análisis de saliva es un método diagnóstico extraordinario y realmente cada vez veremos más diagnósticos que podemos conseguir con este fluido. Hay que saber trabajar con él, pero la investigación nos impulsa a que cada vez haya más soluciones gracias a trabajar con este fluido. Para empezar, tuvimos que seleccionar las dos primeras líneas de diagnóstico. La primera fue hipercolesterolemia y la segunda celiaquía, aunque este año ya abriremos también la tercera línea de diagnóstico. Son dos enfermedades muy diferentes, como os he explicado al principio. Una es asintomática, que es la hipercolesterolemia. Las guías de recomendación pediátrica, de salud pediátrica, recomiendan el escrínico genérico del colesterol en niños, pero no se está haciendo. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos que hacerlo con sangre. Nosotros queremos entrar aquí. Y después celiaquía, no tiene nada que ver, es multisintomática. Dolores de cabeza, dolores de barriga, problemas de crecimiento, problemas dentales. Y nosotros lo que queremos es diagnosticarla a tiempo para que ese paciente no sufra las consecuencias de tener un diagnóstico tardío. Con todo esto, nuestra misión, ya vais viendo cuál es, facilitar el diagnóstico precoz y el seguimiento de patologías crónicas de forma no invasiva y 100% adaptada a la experiencia del paciente pediátrico, empezando en pediatría, pero saltando después al mercado adulto. Innovar en pediatría es lo más complejo, porque no puedes pedirle al niño, haz esto, quédate quieto y, ¿no? Pero lo bueno de innovar primero en pediatría es que después podremos saltar al mercado adulto de una forma mucho más sencilla. Nuestro modelo de negocio, como os he comentado un poco, estamos tanto en hospitales como en farmacias. Hospitales a través del departamento de compras es un B2B y en farmacias es un B2B2C para estar directamente a ese punto de venta en el cual el paciente adulto tiene mucho sentido que pueda recorrer fácilmente a la farmacia para hacerse el test, tanto de diagnóstico como también de monitorización. Con todo esto, nuestro caso es un poco diferente porque no somos spin-off, no nacimos de un centro de investigación. Yo soy publicista, aunque me especialicé en innovación disruptiva, y cuando estaba estudiando el máster de innovación y desarrollo empresarial me presenté a un challenge de estos que se hacen, que salen tantos post-its y tantas ideas y tantas cosas. Pues me presenté a un challenge de innovación y tecnología en el que nos lanzaron un reto de salud. Y en equipo, con mis compañeros de máster, 3 compañeros más, tuvimos que generar una solución a través de la metodología Design Thinking, que es una metodología de Silicon Valley que ayuda a focalizarse en un problema y después generar ideas innovadoras. Éramos 7.000 participantes en el Palau Sant Jordi de Barcelona, más de 300 equipos, y ganamos la competición con una idea muy parecida a la del Smart Lollipop. Al año siguiente, en 2018, decidí tirar adelante este proyecto y buscar al equipo que podría ayudarme a que esto fuera una realidad. Y fue cuando me uní con Roger García, que es pediatra, y Lorena Toda, que es experta en comercialización de dispositivos médicos. Y luego también vino el CTO. Con todo esto, fundamos en 2020. En 2021 conseguimos la primera subvención pública europea, después vino la primera subvención pública nacional y diferentes premios económicos, hasta que en agosto del año pasado cerramos la primera ronda de inversión privada. Con el objetivo de este año terminar los prototipos, ya estamos con el estudio preclínico en Hospital Universitari Sant Joan de Reus y a finales de año también estaremos en Hospital Sant Joan de Déu con la validación, con el objetivo de tener en 2025 el primer producto de Smart Lollipop en el mercado. Aquí veis el equipo. Yo es que estoy tan orgullosa de poder enseñar este slide, porque cuando os ha empezado tienen una idea. Dime.
Que vamos un poquito justo.
¿Sí? Pues mirad qué fantástico equipo, pero lo veréis en la web.
Si quieres nos lo cuentas después en la ronda, ¿vale? Y nos cuentas las aptitudes que tienen ellos, ¿vale? Para complementarte.
¿Se finí?
Yo casi te diría que sí,
rápido como los Smart Lollipop.
Porque necesitamos también conocer a Ana, pero importante, danos la fecha a los padres y madres en la sala para que lo encontremos en las farmacias, que creo que todo el mundo lo está deseando.
Yo les diría que nos sigan en redes, que se suscriban a nuestra newsletter y así podrán ir viendo cómo avanzamos en la Smart Lollipop. Aquí tenéis todo el contacto y encantada de escucharos y hablar.
Y nosotros de aprender contigo. Gracias, Diana.
Muchas gracias.
Ahora es el... Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de Ana Medina García, que es CEO de Genengine, que es otra startup, ¿no?, que se propone combatir el retraso diagnóstico en enfermedades raras, que realmente es un problema grave.
Muy buenas. Bueno, para empezar, dar las gracias, por supuesto, a AstraZeneca y a ET Health y a la organización del evento por estar aquí, por dejarnos compartir un poco lo que hacemos en Genengine. Somos una startup bioinformática centrada en facilitar y optimizar procesos en el ámbito genético clínico y hemos desarrollado una solución llamada RD Engine y está centrada en mejorar el diagnóstico de enfermedades raras. Mi nombre es Ana Medina, soy la CEO y cofundadora de esta empresa y soy ingeniera de la salud especializada en informática con formación de posgrado en genética clínica. Bueno, pues voy a compartir un poco nuestra historia y sobre todo cómo la colaboración directa con médicos y con expertos del sector nos ha ayudado desde el principio de nuestro camino. Nuestra historia comienza en 2018 en una reunión familiar. Tenemos, los cofundadores somos mi hermano y yo y tenemos dos tíos que son neurólogos. El doctor Guillermo Rubio, que es jefe de neurología del Hospital de Cádiz y... Sí, va un poquito regular. Vale. ¿Se me oye? Sí. Doctor Guillermo Rubio, jefe de neurología del Hospital de Cádiz, y la doctora Carmen García, que también trabaja en el mismo hospital, neuróloga también, especializada en trastornos del movimiento. Bueno, en esta reunión nos contaban que muchas veces se encontraban con casos de muy difícil diagnóstico, con enfermedades complejas y que invertían muchísimas horas de investigación para definir qué estudio genético tenían que hacerle a un paciente a partir de sus síntomas. Habían identificado que se trataba de una enfermedad genética, pero el proceso desde la identificación de los síntomas hasta la definición de los genes candidatos para el diagnóstico, pues duraba en muchas ocasiones meses e incluso años. Mi hermano y yo, que él estaba especializado en inteligencia artificial e ingeniería del conocimiento y yo con la formación tan específica que tengo, decidimos investigar un poco más sobre este problema y descubrimos que el diagnóstico de enfermedades raras es el proceso más ineficiente actualmente de los sistemas sanitarios. Existe un retraso de diagnóstico de estos pacientes de más de 5 años. En un 20% de los casos se tarda más de 10 años en diagnosticarlos y en otras muchas ocasiones el diagnóstico no llega nunca. En esa odisea hacia el diagnóstico, los pacientes y sus familias visitan una media de 8 médicos distintos, se les realizan numerosas pruebas innecesarias, reciben entre 2 y 3 diagnósticos erróneos y se les hacen además incluso tratamientos, se les realizan tratamientos o cirugías que pueden ser perjudiciales para el desarrollo de su enfermedad. Bueno, este problema además tiene un altísimo impacto socioeconómico. Podemos pensar que las enfermedades raras afectan a poca población, pero no es así. Las enfermedades raras afectan a más de 530 millones de personas en el mundo. Es entre un 7 y un 10% de la población. Una de cada 14 personas tiene una enfermedad rara. Entonces, se convierte en un problema global y de un alto impacto socioeconómico, no solo para estos pacientes y sus familias, sino también para los sistemas sanitarios que malgastan millones y millones en recursos. Solo en Estados Unidos, para hacernos una idea, se calcula un malgasto de 750 billones de dólares al año en el error diagnóstico. Bueno, pues a pesar de los grandes avances en investigación en el campo, existe una enorme brecha entre la investigación y la práctica clínica. El diagnóstico de enfermedades raras continúa siendo un gran reto y es que se trata de más de 7.000 enfermedades diferentes y la mayoría de ellas de base genética y existe una falta de información a nivel práctico. Entonces los médicos necesitan soluciones que les ayuden a salvar este gap y a poner esos conocimientos en la práctica en la clínica diaria. Por eso nosotros hemos creado en Genengine nuestra solución RD Engine, que se basa principalmente en centralizar y unificar toda la información disponible, constantemente actualizada, de diferentes fuentes de información, todas ellas avaladas por la comunidad científica y por el Consorcio Internacional de Investigación en Enfermedades Raras. Lo que hace nuestra solución es guiar al médico en todos los pasos del diagnóstico, desde la definición de los síntomas hasta definir el estudio genético óptimo para cada paciente para alcanzar su diagnóstico en el menor tiempo posible. En muy pocos segundos volcamos una lista de resultados de diagnósticos candidatos ordenados por un índice de coincidencia y que permiten, además, con sugerencias inteligentes y con preguntas inteligentes, definir ese estudio genético a medida para el paciente. La solución ha sido validada en el entorno del Sistema Público Andaluz de Salud, en colaboración con distintos hospitales públicos y con el Instituto Biosanitario de Granada, y ha dado unos resultados excelentes en cuanto a validación tecnológica que demuestran que podemos aumentar el éxito diagnóstico de un 32% a un 80% en la segunda consulta del paciente y de un 62% a un 90% en la tercera consulta. De esta forma ahorramos más de 3 años de espera y 6 visitas médicas por paciente, reduciendo además el número de diagnósticos erróneos y el número de pruebas innecesarias. Bueno, el desarrollo de la aplicación ha sido en colaboración con médicos desde el inicio, tanto en el diseño de la interfaz, que también es muy intuitiva y desarrollada en colaboración con ellos precisamente para cubrir este punto, como en las funcionalidades, y también esa colaboración nos ha servido para entender mejor nuestro mercado, para hacer colaboraciones de gran valor y luego para explotar esas colaboraciones a la hora de validar nuestro producto. Bueno, pongo un caso, si tengo tiempo, pongo un caso de uso de este estudio de validación para que se entienda un poco mejor. Una paciente de 8 años ha sido diagnosticada hace poco con una enfermedad genética muy rara. Nosotros, en nuestro estudio de validación, cargamos en nuestra herramienta todos los datos clínicos y síntomas de esta paciente cuando tan solo tenía 2 años. Y nuestra herramienta volcó como primer resultado un síndrome raro, una encefalopatía rara, que realmente fue la que se le diagnosticó a los 8 años. Y de esta forma demostramos que si le damos a los médicos las herramientas que de verdad sean útiles, podrían tener en cuenta estas sospechas clínicas mucho antes y reducir ese tiempo de diagnóstico. Bueno, nuestra herramienta está pensada para el uso por médicos y también por genetistas, para implantarse en clínicas y hospitales y en laboratorios de diagnóstico genético, y actualmente están en uso en hospitales públicos, hospitales privados, en una clínica privada y también en empresas de servicios genéticos. Además de todo esto, tenemos en marcha un proyecto solidario en colaboración con la Asociación Nacional de Personas sin Diagnóstico, Objetivo Diagnóstico, en el que ponemos al servicio de esta asociación y a través de un comité de expertos médicos que utilizan la herramienta RD Engine para alcanzar el diagnóstico de todos los pacientes miembros de la asociación. Bueno, somos una empresa centrada en el impacto social, como ya habéis podido ver, y desde que empezamos nuestro camino hemos conseguido atraer el interés de inversores de distintos programas de soporte y de aceleración, y así voy bien todavía. Bueno, y también hemos ganado diversos premios y diversas financiaciones públicas que nos han llevado hasta este punto. Nada, muchas gracias. Reiterar de nuevo el agradecimiento a vosotros y también deciros que estamos disponibles para hacer una demo de la herramienta en cualquier momento, que podáis ver cómo funciona y para explorar posibles colaboraciones.
Pues muchas gracias, Ana. Pues como tenemos muy poquito tiempo, si os parece, vamos directos y de calle a las aptitudes. Y me gustaría preguntaros qué aptitudes veis que habéis adquirido en este viaje y con cuáles os habéis complementado, porque puedo imaginar que solos tampoco seguramente habéis llegado. Empezamos por Jaime y vamos hacia ese lado.
Esta pregunta es muy buena y difícil de responder también. En este viaje yo diría que lo que he aprendido primero de todo es la necesidad de trabajar en equipos. Los médicos solos no podemos llevar adelante un proyecto de innovación, tampoco un emprendedor solo puede llevarlo. Necesitamos equipos de bioingenieros, bioinformáticos, emprendedores, gente que conozca la regulación, la protección y la parte médica, evidentemente, que es absolutamente necesaria. Y otra cosa que he hecho durante este año y medio, no me ha quedado más remedio, es hacer como un máster express pues en regulación, en protección del producto, en muchas cosas que sinceramente yo como cardiólogo no tenía ni idea después de 20 años.
Las patentes existen.
La ISO también existe, sí,
Sí.
Para mi desgracia personal.
Está muy bien que te lo tomes así.
Sí, sí.
Lola, Cuéntanos lo tuyo.
Bueno, yo creo que lo más importante siempre es detectar un problema e intentar tú buscar una solución, tener una idea. Realmente cuando tienes una idea, simplemente luego tienes que intentar ver cómo lo vas a desarrollar a cabo. Y bueno, pues hay que intentar buscar una oportunidad, ¿no? Muchas veces pues hay muchos concursos para intentar premiar a la gente un poco que tiene ideas y con eso sí que te abren muchas puertas, que por lo menos ha sido mi caso. Yo también, bueno, solo conozco realmente la parte médica y en innovación tecnológica necesitas obviamente rodearte de personas que tengan conocimientos en inteligencia artificial o en estos temas. Entonces buscar pues rodearte de gente que te pueda ayudar. Pero bueno, la persistencia yo creo que es un poco el arma más importante.
Yo creo que en pasos futuros tal vez discutiremos cómo escalar y quién necesitarás para que te apoye, ¿no? Para escalar esta idea que tienes en asma grave, y entonces ese va a ser como otra área competencial y de aptitudes que vas a enfrentar. Sara, Daniel, ¿cómo os habéis complementado vosotros y hasta dónde, qué aptitudes habéis incorporado en el proceso?
Bueno, yo personalmente, igual como médico, una de las cosas más importantes que he podido aprender de esto es que si una de las grandes amenazas que tenemos es la resistencia al cambio, la resistencia a la transformación digital en nuestros hospitales y en la población en general, si tú consigues una solución que de verdad es una solución para el paciente en su día a día, esta barrera se rompe. Y yo he tenido la suerte de encontrarme con Daniel, porque es una suerte, porque yo creo que teníamos la misma idea. Él tiene todo el conocimiento en negocio, yo tengo, creo, el conocimiento clínico y cierto conocimiento tecnológico también, y creo que si conseguimos romper esa barrera se van a beneficiar muchísimos, pero muchísimos pacientes que dejarán de ser esclavos de síntomas y alguien les guiará las 24 horas del día, porque de verdad es una tragedia para ellos, gente joven.
Nada, por mi parte ha sido, vamos, lo mejor encontrar a Sara, porque al principio, cuando yo no vengo del sector, entonces es un sector que cuando empiezas tienes que leer mucho, estudiar mucho, y a partir de ahí encontré a Sara, que no solo es médico, sino que además tiene una inquietud espectacular en el ámbito tecnológico. O sea, sabe de algoritmias, sabe incluso de programación, de lenguajes, o sea, es un lujo. Y a partir de ahí pues conectamos, y en esa conexión pues empezamos, pues ella desde la parte de investigación y yo más desde la parte de negocio, pues intentando aportar pues, los recursos, cubriendo todas las partes regulatorias, de calidad, de IP, etcétera, controlando que el proyecto pues vaya bien dentro de la planificación. Pero como así aptitud, sobre todo lo que más he aprendido es a la resiliencia.
Lo creo. Diana, de la creatividad y de la empatía a un producto, pero rodeada de muy buena gente, nos lo has dicho. Cuéntanos más.
Sí, exacto. Yo creo que, como dicen el resto de mis compañeros, ¿no? Que es unir perfiles diferentes. En una startup eres pocas personas al principio, ¿no? Entonces es clave que cada persona tenga un rol muy clave y que sean perfiles que se complementan, pero añadiría también que al principio buscamos el pediatra, el ingeniero, la bióloga, pero es clave que compartamos cultura, eso sí. Y eso es una función de los CEOs, ¿no? Entonces, identificar esas personas que tienen esa energía, aunque sean investigadores, pero para seguir el ritmo de una startup esto es clave, compartir cultura y también enseñar a que si estamos en innovación, innovación supone riesgo. Y esto hay que tenerlo muy claro para levantarse cada vez que un experimento no sale como queríamos, pero gracias a esto encontramos otra solución, ¿no? Entonces diría, perfiles que se complementen a nivel profesional, pero con una cultura transversal y que la innovación forme parte de nuestro ADN para poder levantarnos cuando las cosas no salen como pensábamos.
Ana.
Sí, en nuestro caso, bueno, los dos fundadores de la empresa tenemos un perfil técnico, el mío es más mixto entre la clínica y la informática, pero sí nosotros necesitamos desde un principio pues, rodearnos de un equipo que cubriera el resto de áreas que nosotros no cubrimos. Desde el principio, como he contado, con el apoyo y con el contar con advisors del ámbito clínico, de médicos, y luego, por otro lado, también expertos del área de negocio que se han ido uniendo como socio estratégico o como Smart Investor a la empresa. Y comparto un poco, ¿no? Al final tienes que tener muy claro el propósito de tu empresa, el porqué y que eso sea algo compartido entre todos. Y a partir de ahí, pues sí, hemos ido cubriendo las áreas de finanzas, de negocio, de estrategia, y con nuestro background de técnico científico, pues así hemos ido uniendo piezas del puzzle.
Las finanzas asustan siempre, pero con un compañero se llevan mejor, suele ser así. No sé si hay preguntas en la sala. Aquí, José.
Primero, para felicitaros por toda la iniciativa y el recorrido que habéis tenido. Y a mí lo que no me ha quedado claro del todo es, de todos los casos que habéis expuesto, ¿cuál tiene el producto ya homologado para uso clínico y en funcionamiento? Y si no estáis ya en ese momento, ¿en qué punto estáis y en qué fase y qué actitud, ¿no? O actitudes en la que habéis puesto en marcha? Y después también solo una recomendación, es decir, que queda muy bien siempre hablar de inteligencia artificial, pero para que la inteligencia artificial funcione se tiene que tener muchos datos estratificados, con lo cual yo creo que algunos de los problemas que estáis diciendo aquí, pues con algorítmica básica más o menos se podría resolver, y después ya se va pasando a lo otro. José Millet, de la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia.
Disponible para consultas después de la sesión, supongo. A ver, ¿cómo empezamos a cubrir la pregunta de José? ¿O lo hacemos al revés ahora? Empezamos por Ana. Rapidito, que no nos queda mucho.
En nuestro caso, estamos ya con la herramienta implantada a modo piloto en hospitales públicos. Hemos pasado a la fase de validación tecnológica en un estudio validado por el Comité de Bioética, y estamos en fase regulatoria con hospitales públicos, y ya está en uso a través de proyectos de investigación en los que sí cumplimos ya con la normativa.
En nuestro caso ya hemos pasado el Comité Ético del Hospital, y después de verano haremos todo el tema de la Agencia Española del Medicamento.
En nuestro caso hemos pasado los dos comités éticos, el del Hospital de Belviche y el de la Fundación Jiménez Díaz, con ambos. Y en cuanto a la parte de inteligencia artificial, estoy de acuerdo, en nuestro caso, en ambas líneas algorítmicas, no son algoritmos simples, sino que porque hay mucha amplitud de datos y mucha amplitud de variables que incluimos en todo el ecosistema, y que lo llevamos pues, a esto, con todos los pasos también de protocolos clínicos que tenemos por delante, que estamos en un TRL6 y haciendo el prototipo ya preclínico.
Y añadir la agencia.
Exacto.
Está en la Agencia Española del Medicamento.
Exacto, ya publicada para la investigación.
El proyecto realmente es el más naif de todos, porque es un poco el que tiene que empezar todo el desarrollo que ellos han seguido todavía. Está un poco iniciándose.
Y en mi caso hemos hecho ridículo, yo creo que es pero lo grande. En nuestro caso tenemos que hacer ahora un nuevo estudio, porque hicimos un estudio en vida real con buenos resultados, pero no lo tenemos pasado por agencia de medicamento, y por tanto no va a ser posible utilizarlo para hacer el marcaje, evidentemente, y las ISOs, y vamos a aprovechar que vamos a hacer una validación externa en 2 regiones sanitarias diferentes para ya aprovechar y hacer las cosas correctamente y poder obtener este marcaje.
Bueno, pues como ya estamos llegando al fin de la sesión, yo quiero cerrar, como los profesores y los maestros, con una corrección. Nadie hace el ridículo en emprendimiento. Todo el mundo aprende. Del fracaso se aprende también, se pivota y se mira para adelante. Muchísimas gracias a todos y muchas felicidades por vuestros proyectos.
Buenas tardes, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos y bienvenidas todos a este Demo Stage, donde permítanme presentarles y hacerles descubrir pues, estas empresas que están aquí, estas startups que tienen proyectos fascinantes, realmente espectaculares, y a darles a conocer también Canarias en sí como un ecosistema innovador, como un ecosistema muy idóneo, donde instalar sus compañías, donde desarrollar sus negocios. En Canarias contamos, aparte de con ese excepcional clima que todos conocemos ya, contamos también con talento, contamos con distintos agentes, distintas instituciones, distintos programas de apoyo también para hacer emerger todo este ecosistema, y hoy les traemos aquí pues, unas pinceladas de todas aquellas iniciativas y propuestas y compañías que están desarrollándose gracias a todo este apoyo y todo este conjunto de actividades y de acciones que que desarrollamos conjuntamente de forma público y privada. Sin más, no me quiero extender porque los protagonistas hoy los tenemos a este lado. Presento a José Melián de Arctic Development. Muchas gracias.
And I'm one of the co-founders of Arctic Development, a startup that tries to bring artificial intelligence to the medical environment. It is estimated that 3 years ago, almost 20 million of people were diagnosed of cancer, and 10 million of people died because of it. However, the cancer is not the only problem these people have. The cancer itself and its treatment have collateral effects like malnutrition. Malnutrition generates the 20% of the death related to cancer, and an increasement in the medical cost in Europe of 170,000 million of euros every year. Medical doctors need two kinds of information in order to fight against malnutrition. They need information related to the body composition and related to the resting energy expenditure of their patients. However, they have 2 types of technologies nowadays. Accurate technologies, but inaccessible, or accessible technologies, but inaccurate. We have to try to provide a solution accurate and accessible at the same time. For doing this, we have combined artificial intelligence with computed tomography images to provide a solution that satisfies these needs. With this, we have developed the software FocusTone that provides this data to the clinicians in an easy and precise manner. Currently, we are in the middle of a financial round to obtain the FDA certification to sell our solution in the United States, and we are planning to do the same here in Europe the next year. And for that, we have to obtain the CE level. And well, this is a huge problem and very complex problem, and for that we have to try to surround ourselves with the best team possible, and well, I think that we are on it, we got it. And that's all. If you need further information about us, just please contact us. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ramón Romero y hoy vengo a presentaros un proyecto que estamos lanzando desde Lanzarote y se llama Exhale. Exhale, partimos de una base y es, ¿hay alguien aquí en la sala que me sepa reconocer su valor de forma rotunda? No veo manos levantadas. Esto para nosotros es lo que impide llegar a conectar y generar valor de forma masiva. Es decir, la gente no es capaz de afirmar ese valor de forma rotunda y por lo cual empezamos a montar una escuela. ¿De qué? De ventas. Porque para nosotros la venta es conectar y generar valor de forma masiva. Para eso, lo que hemos hecho es, os ponemos un código QR y vais a ver que hay un espacio donde hacemos una inmersión de 2 días y medio, otro de 1 día y medio y otro una comunidad online. Ya hemos validado, ya tenemos clientes y estamos haciéndolo desde Lanzarote y queremos agradecer a Canarias porque es el ecosistema perfecto para hacerlo de ahí a nivel global. ¿Vale? ¿Quién lo hace? Pues lo hace un equipo multidisciplinar y venimos de hacerlo además en empresas tan grandes como Vodafone, Enel y montarles sus propias comunidades de aprendizaje. Y contamos con la experiencia, por una parte, mi experiencia dirigiendo todos esos equipos y facilitando este aprendizaje, y por otra parte contamos con una experiencia que es la de Iván Solé, el otro socio que tiene exdirector comercial de PepsiCo a nivel global, de Panrico a nivel nacional, y estamos convencidos que si no se llega en esa parte de unicornio hay una parte muy clara en que la gente no es capaz ni de conectar ni generar valor de forma masiva. Para eso nuestra propuesta está en ese código QR y cualquier cosa, pues nos vemos fuera.
Bueno, yo soy Tony Espósito de Conecta Software. Nosotros, la pregunta de por qué las empresas usan la tecnología o para qué, es que básicamente o quieren reducir costes o quieren aumentar ingresos. Y hoy en día tienen una multitud, miles de aplicaciones. De hecho, tienen casi 10.000 aplicaciones para elegir entre todas ellas, porque ha crecido un 6.500% en la última década el número de aplicaciones disponibles para eso, para que las empresas crezcan o reduzcan costes. El problema es que esas aplicaciones no se hablan entre sí, son aplicaciones que están aisladas y que requieren un esfuerzo de conexión. Ese esfuerzo manual supone cada año incrementa el coste en un 22%. De hecho, se proyecta que para el 2023 va a gastarse 2 billones de euros en esta tarea manual, digamos, ¿no? Una empresa vista desde arriba son un montón de aplicaciones internas, pero también externas, su propio sistema de facturación, pero también sistemas de Big Data, también otras aplicaciones de terceros, que no están conectadas entre sí, que no se hablan. Es una torre de Babel. Conecta Software a través de la tecnología, a ver si puedo. Conecta Software a través de la inteligencia artificial y en Plug and Play, ¿vale? Con un siguiente, lo que hacemos es conectar, establecer conexiones, puentes entre todas las aplicaciones de la empresa. Por ejemplo, este es el asistente de configuración. Por ejemplo, podemos conectar el almacén para que venda online, por ejemplo, para que se conecte a un catálogo online o envíe la factura electrónica a un portal, o, por ejemplo, para que se conecte con la aplicación de recursos humanos. Absolutamente todas las aplicaciones que están dentro de la empresa. En España esto supone una oportunidad de 460 millones de euros, pero como lo que hacemos nosotros realmente es hablar, hacer que las máquinas hablen entre sí, realmente no hay una frontera lingüística y el mercado de 9 billones que es mundial tiene sentido también, ¿no? Nosotros hemos puesto 5 millones de euros porque esta es la proyección de nuestra facturación. Desde el año 2018, donde ya fuimos rentables, hemos crecido y el último año hemos crecido un 84%, facturando 750.000 euros, y nuestra proyección, creciendo como lo estamos haciendo, es de 5 millones en 2026. Pero creemos que hay 3 pilares muy importantes que se dan a la vez, ¿no? Que pueden aumentar el crecimiento. Uno de ellos es el equipo. Vale, tenemos un equipo de 20 personas, pero lideradas por un talento senior de 5 personas con más de 15 años de experiencia en el sector. También creemos, estamos ahora mismo validados por Sage y por Ceres, que son las 2 empresas, digamos. Sage es la mayor fabricante de software empresarial del mundo en sector mediana empresa. Vale, nosotros resolvemos el problema de integración de Sage y de Ceres, que es la mayor plataforma de facturación electrónica de España, y también conectamos 60 aplicaciones de otros fabricantes. Y hay un tercer pilar de ese crecimiento, que es que lo que hacemos es estructurar la información dentro de la empresa, y la información estructurada es el alimento de la IA, de los machine learning, de los modelos de lenguaje. Hacemos que las empresas sean compatibles con los modelos de inteligencia artificial. Lo que buscamos es 1 millón de euros para seguir expandiendo nuestra empresa, para construir sobre todo la red de distribución, porque tiene un efecto multiplicador en el canal. Cada nueva aplicación que conectamos abre, digamos, acceso a una cartera de clientes de esos partners que usan esa tecnología. Lo que queremos básicamente es poner en valor el recurso más importante que tiene una empresa y más valioso, que son sus procesos internos, es la forma en la que trabajan, ¿no? Y no quitar lo que tienen, sino sobre lo que tienen construir puentes con el futuro. Eso es lo que hacemos en Conecta Software. Gracias.
Hola, muy buenas. Mi nombre es Rafael Canca y soy el CEO de Donicus Software. Quería lanzar una pregunta. ¿Quién de ustedes ha hecho en alguna ocasión algún free tour, alguna excursión, alguna visita guiada? ¿Podéis levantar la mano? Imaginar casi el 70% más o menos de los que estáis aquí, ¿no? Pues Donicus viene a resolver un problema que todas esas empresas de visitas guiadas, todas esas empresas de free tour, pues tienen, ¿no? No sé si esto avanza aquí. Un problema porque le llegan reservas, imaginar, por email, por WhatsApp, por diferentes OTAs, Civitati, GetYourGuide, Viator, Journey, pues inmensas, ¿no? Inmensa cantidad de OTAs. También pues llegan a través de alojamiento turístico, ¿no? De QR que entran en un programa de afiliados, reservas a través de su propia web, tienen que atender a los clientes 24/7, gestionar el cupo en todas esas OTAs y en todas esas plataformas que hay, ¿no? Y además, si fuera poco, gestionar la mayoría a un equipo de guía que hace visitas guiadas en horarios diferentes, días diferentes, personas que solo trabajan por la mañana, por la tarde, y cómo no morir en ese intento por ser una empresa de visitas guiadas rentable, ¿no? En un mercado en el que hay ya más de 100.000 guías, ¿no? Hay seguramente que en todas las ciudades donde vivís pues veis personas ofreciendo visitas guiadas con paraguas en las diferentes plazas, en las diferentes tal, ¿no? Y visitas culturales muy buenas, ¿no? Hay muchísimas actividades, más de 300.000. Nos encanta viajar y la pandemia que nos cerró en la casa pues después nos abrió una ventana para salir a ver el mundo, ¿no? 500 millones de personas viajan en el mundo. Vale. Pues Donicus viene a solucionar ese problema que tienen todas esas empresas de visita guiada. ¿Cómo? Pues haciendo con una aplicación que es súper sencilla de usar, que integra todas las reservas de todos esos sitios que hemos hablado, ¿no? Sistema de reserva propio, OTAs, alojamiento, los propios guías que hacen venta en el punto de encuentro, ¿no? Y ofrece una versatilidad que lo que hace Donicus a esas empresas es regalarle tiempo para poder hacer productos mejores, tiempo para poder pues ofrecer pues en otros sitios más fácilmente pues también sus actividades y en cierto modo pues les ayuda a crecer, ¿no? Para que pueda gestionar sus productos desde un solo lugar, no tener que ir a varios a gestionar su producto, para gestionar la asistencia. El modelo de Free Tour también ha traído un modelo nuevo, ¿no? De pago por comisiones a través de solamente si el cliente va o no va, ¿no? Y todo eso hace que gasten mucho tiempo este tipo de empresas y Donicus le ayuda a reducir ese tiempo, ¿no? Nuestros clientes nos dicen que mejoramos en un 85% la gestión global de la empresa, ¿vale? No les hacemos los tours, pero le ayudamos en todo lo demás de forma automática. Además no tienen que hacer nada, no tienen que preocuparse por nada, no hay errores y por eso tenemos una retención de clientes del 94%. Los que nos han conocido se han quedado con nosotros, ¿vale? Empezamos en 2019 más o menos creando un producto mínimo viable, ¿no? Fuimos escalando, hemos conseguido clientes, la mayoría hemos sobrevivido a una pandemia, ¿no? En cuanto al turismo, pues si alguien trabaja en turismo, pues puede tal, ¿no? Y bueno, nuestros valores pues son estos, somos un equipo de 4 personas que gestionan, pero somos más programadores y desarrolladores pues por detrás, ¿no? Y listo. Muchas gracias.
Check if it's working well. Okay. Yeah, climate change
can have a substantial problem for agriculture. In the sense that there is an increment of a plague in our crops, and apart from the economical loss, we have an increment of the health and environmental problem due to the increment of the pesticide use. In this sense, the European Union is taking some different approach to solve this problem, like the farm to fork actions, which one of the goals is to reduce by 50% the use of pesticide by 2030. To reach this goal, we strongly believe that pheromones will play an important role to solve this problem. For those who doesn't know what pheromone is, the pheromone is the chemical communication between the insects to communicate between them. And as a graphical example, we have the spider ball, which can use the pheromone of the spray, attract to its web. So we can mimic this natural approach and use it for monitoring and control our crops. At Ecobertura, we do have the tools for the farmers for control monitoring monitoring from the chemical standpoint to the data analysis using our smart trap. Without the smart trap, the monitoring is a time-consuming process, and it consists at least 5 steps. With our trap, we can reduce the 5 steps into 2 steps, and thus saving time and saving resources. Using the information communication technology, we can take pictures and monitor the temperature and the humidity and send this information to our software in real time, saving the time for the time decision. We do have some competitors out there, so offering similar alternatives. However, all of them, they suffer from the need to be visited very often for its maintenance. And since our prototype, the first prototype, we were very concerned about this problem, and we, in our current model, it's Argos Smart Trap, has the unique feature to reduce up to 5 times the maintenance visit compared to the other products of our competitors. Apart of that, it's very easy to install and is made for resistant materials. To get into this point, we have the support of different institutions like the CONARI and Spanish and European government, raising a little bit more than 900,000 euros. And behind these numbers, we have a very multidisciplinary group team. Here we present some of them, Irache and Sergio, who are with me here today. And concerning the market of smart trap business, last year was calculated in $800 million, and is expected to reach over $1 billion for 2028. And our expectation is to reach at least 1% of this market within 5 years. For doing so, we are planning our business model is based on the subscription model, where we're supporting the farmers with our Ecobertura monitoring system, which consists in the trap software and the supplements. For validate this business model, we are asking for 600,000 euros. And yeah, finally, I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you want to know more about our project, please visit us at ecobertura.es.
Hola, buenas a todos. Soy Fernando Chico, CEO de Focus 360. Somos una aplicación de aplicaciones, estamos en Canarias, está Sergio también, yo soy el CEO. Nada, nosotros digamos que solucionamos el problema de la digitalización, el digitalizarse o morir. Estamos viviendo una revolución industrial, por así decirlo, en este caso digital, y hay modelos como el de Kodak y demás que han quedado totalmente obsoletos. El reto al que nos enfrentamos y lo que solucionamos, por así decirlo, es una digitalización 360, una solución en formato app, fácil de utilizar, una aplicación de aplicaciones, separada por perfiles, profesional, particular y ciudadano. Este es un pequeño vídeo es un vídeo que lo voy a quitar por el tema del tiempo. Al final, digitalizando los procesos y digitalizando todo lo que es el flujo de la información en la empresa, pues conseguimos un montón de beneficios. Estos son algunos de ellos. Nuestro modelo de negocio, pues como os comentaba, es un concepto de aplicación de aplicaciones. Hay similares tipo WeChat o aplicaciones de comida en América Latina, tipo Rapid y demás. Nosotros hemos creado inicialmente un modelo que es un SaaS, es un Software as a System, y después podemos ir incorporando pues, un Marketplace o un gestor de ODS, por ejemplo, integrándonos con APIs de terceros. Como comentamos, pues es un modelo de ecosistema. Hablo un poco de la competencia, aunque no competimos en realidad, porque nosotros cuando hay alguno de los posibles competidores, tipo Holded o Habitísimo, lo que hacemos es integrarlo con nuestra API. Surgimos en el año 2018, antes hemos pasado pues, por distintos valles de la muerte, habidos y por haber, y aquí estamos, hemos continuado. Y nada, hoy estamos aquí, hemos pasado por un montón de programas de aceleración, Lanzadera, Santander X, Brief for Billions y demás. El equipo, yo digamos que lo lidero junto con Sergio Hernández. Tenemos pues, a advisors como Richard Benjamins, por ejemplo, que es el jefe de Big Data de Telefónica, que acaba de dar una conferencia, y otras personas que también han confiado en el proyecto y que nos ayudan. Con todo esto, al final conseguimos generar un impacto, incidimos en 11 de las 17 ODS, y al final, pues eso, hagamos un poco lo que mi hija pequeña tiene puesto ahí en la pizarra, pues comenzamos haciendo lo necesario, luego mejoramos en la medida de lo posible, y de repente, pues eso, estamos aquí en el South Summit presentando nuestro modelo, y nada, gracias por todo.
Hacia adelante. ¿Vale? Bueno, buenas tardes, soy Saulo de Foodbee. El hostelero es una persona que siempre está muy ocupada. Como no se siente un empresario del todo, le cuesta mucho organizarse y llevar una buena gestión. Si además tiene más de un restaurante, el problema se multiplica porque no tiene una oficina. Por falta de tiempo, al final siempre hace las cosas a medio camino. Como los costes no le dejan margen, vive preocupado y todo tiene que ver con que no tiene buenos datos para tomar buenas decisiones. Nuestra visión, nuestra propuesta de valor es que Foodbee es un Service as a Software, el empleado ideal. Esto está un poco... Perdón. Sustituimos las tareas que hace un equipo de personas por Foodbee, un apoyo constante a la gestión que realiza tareas de forma automática utilizando los datos que genera el negocio. La solución es Foodbee, un asistente virtual con el que tener un diálogo inteligente para saber qué hacer en todo momento. Nuestro modelo de negocio es suscripción, B2B, 99 € y 199 € al restaurante, 19 € a los proveedores por conectarlos con los restaurantes y a futuro un marketplace que conecte la oferta y la demanda cobrando un 1% de las transacciones. En un mercado global de 8.000 millones, nuestro segmento sería de 2.000 millones y en América Latina y en Europa podríamos llegar a un SOM de 100 millones con la financiación adecuada. En un mercado podemos llegar al 50% de resolver el problema en todos los restaurantes, pero nuestros clientes son restaurantes de volumen y grupos con más de un restaurante. Sabemos que la competencia ofrece soluciones parciales al problema o se convierten en ERPs demasiado complicados. Nuestra visión es una 360 bastante especial, es decir, nosotros queremos hacerlo sin depender del personal. Hasta ahora nuestra acción se ha desarrollado basada en dos estrategias. Una, cerrar acuerdos con grandes fabricantes de software a nivel nacional que promocionan Foodbee en sus clientes y fichar embajadores que representan nuestra marca y nos acercan a clientes estratégicos. Nuestro plan de acción es 5.000 visitas. ¿Y por qué 5.000 visitas y no redes sociales? Pues porque el hostelero que compra nuestro producto no está preparado para comprar online todavía. Nuestros indicadores hasta ahora son, con una suscripción de 199 €, una rentabilidad del 90%, con datos de Stripe, una vida útil de 11.700 € por cliente, con un coste de adquisición de 312 €. La ejecución de nuestro plan de negocio requiere 500.000 € y buscamos tickets de inversión de 100.000 € para destinar 40% a ventas, 30% a producto y 30% a marketing y operaciones. Foodbee cuenta con un equipo de gente muy cualificada. Lidero yo Saulo Ramallo, Jesús Trujillo se encarga del desarrollo de negocio y Antonio Álvarez es un experto en inteligencia artificial en el sector de la hostelería. Si quieren saber más de Foodbee, estaremos en el stand. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, Álvaro de Keytrends. Bueno, todas las empresas, todas las startups, las instituciones que hemos venido hoy al South Summit, todos queremos ser los referentes en nuestro sector. Todos queremos que cuando un usuario o un potencial comprador tenga alguna duda de nuestro negocio, acuda a nosotros, acuda a nuestro site, a nuestras redes sociales, para poder entender lo que necesita. Para conseguir generar esa confianza con nuestros usuarios, solo hay una forma de hacerlo. Y esta forma de hacerlo es con una buena estrategia de contenido. Eso es precisamente lo que hacemos en Keytrends. Nosotros analizamos en tiempo real millones de datos de búsqueda, lo juntamos con inteligencia artificial y te recomendamos en tiempo real qué contenido tienes que generar en cada momento para llegar a tu usuario. Además, con toda la IA generativa, que está ahora tan de moda, nos ayuda a generar en un solo clic todo ese contenido que te hemos recomendado. Se ha acabado ese tiempo de excusas de no sé sobre qué tengo que escribir, no sé qué le interesa a mis usuarios, no tengo presupuesto para pagar a una agencia de marketing. Todo eso se soluciona con Keytrends. Ahora mismo ayudamos a las empresas que más contenido generan en España y el reto es seguir ayudando a miles de empresas por todo el mundo a generar contenido y llegar a sus usuarios. Así que si alguien más quiere ser el referente en su sector, solo tiene que contactarnos. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, buenos días. Mi nombre es Alejandro Torres y vengo de una startup que se llama Macaronesia Digital. Es una startup ubicada en Gran Canaria que principalmente ofrece servicios al ICIA, por ejemplo, el Instituto Canario de Investigaciones Agrarias, a la Viceconsejería de Transición Ecológica y Cambio contra el Cambio Climático. Pero, sin embargo, hoy vengo a hablar de nuestro libro, de Gemini ODS 13. ¿Vale? Gemini ODS 13 es un proyecto de I+D+I enfocado a los ODS, ¿vale? Todo Macaronesia Digital se enfoca a los ODS, que trata de estudiar el carbon farming en pequeños agricultores. En este caso, tenemos dos parcelas, de media parcela agroecológica y media parcela tradicional, sensorizadas para estudiar la capacidad de secuestro de carbono que puede tener un agricultor, en este caso en la isla de La Palma, ¿no? Dos agricultores distintos. Bueno, cabe decir que el proyecto está subvencionado por la Agencia Canaria de Investigación, Innovación y Sociedad para la Información, a la cual tenemos que agradecer la oportunidad. Y como iba diciendo, mediante sensores de suelo, ambiente y planta, como podemos ver aquí, estamos estudiando la capacidad de secuestro de carbono de los cultivos, ¿no? Y el balance de huella de carbono y huella hídrica. Como bien saben todos, los proyectos de investigación son proyectos de aprendizaje y cuando nosotros empezamos a sensorizar nos dimos cuenta de un problema, de un eminente problema, y es que sensorizar una parcela cuesta mucho dinero. Yo no sé si están al tanto más o menos de lo que puede costar sensorizar media hectárea, pero estamos hablando aproximadamente entre unos 10.000 y 15.000 euros para obtener datos nuestra parcela. Entonces, por el camino, nos hemos dado cuenta de que con la generación de datos sintéticos podemos alimentar un modelo mediante el cual los agricultores y agricultoras, en este caso ya pueden ser de Canarias, de Europa o de Cabo Verde, como estamos intentando transferir este tipo de proyectos en países de vías de desarrollo, que puedan seguir un modelo predictivo por el cual guiarse y saber cuánto secuestro de carbono está generando su cultivo, ¿vale? De esta manera pueden conocer si realmente las aplicaciones que se están haciendo a los cultivos pues, ayudan a seguir el modelo predictivo de secuestro de carbono o realmente no, ¿vale? Este modelo predictivo, como he dicho antes, lo estamos alimentando con los sensores y con la generación de estos datos sintéticos. Actualmente estamos intentando escalar el proyecto, necesitamos más datos, necesitamos más parcelas y buscamos abiertamente colaborar pues con otras startups que estén más o menos en el mismo camino, con cooperativas que estén buscando conocer también la capacidad de secuestro de carbono que puede tener estos cultivos. Y bueno, y vamos a estar aquí fuera en el stand. Quiero agradecerles también mucho su tiempo y a South Summit, Proesca y SPEC por la oportunidad de estar aquí. Nada, que pasen buena tarde.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy César González, CEO de Nepensión, y queremos unir a las empresas y sus empleados en el ahorro para la jubilación. Está claro que no llegamos y que el futuro de nuestras pensiones es incierto. Este año el Gobierno tomó medidas, actuó y salió una ley que fomentaba que las empresas y los empleados pudiesen ahorrar conjuntamente para la jubilación, fomentando el uso de los planes de pensiones de empleo. Claro, en las empresas es un problema porque es un proceso más y es un coste adicional. Y para los empleados, pues, ni tienen dinero para ahorrar, básicamente, ni el hábito. Entonces, nosotros queremos ser la solución creando una plataforma en que hagamos que se incrementen las aportaciones a los planes de pensiones de empleo y se simplifique y se optimice el proceso para las empresas, ¿no? Para trabajar más fácilmente este nuevo proceso que hay que tratar. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Bueno, pues a los empleados le facilitamos una app para que puedan obtener los descuentos en su consumo y lo envíen automáticamente al plan en el comercio online y en el comercio local asociado a una tarjeta que asocian en la app. Podemos registrar las compras y obtienen premios y recompensas. Y a las empresas les damos una plataforma para que tengan el control y la gestión de estos planes, tratando de buscar incrementos en las aportaciones a los planes. Nuestro modelo de negocio es una tarifa fija por empleado en las empresas o bien una comisión por uso si nos embebemos en partners, que ahora comentaré. ¿Por qué ahora? Bueno, pues como decía al principio, porque ha habido una ley que se aprobó ahora en marzo y sobre todo porque la COE y los sindicatos ya han marcado el camino en España en concreto en que se haga obligatorio negociar y que haya planes de pensión de empleo en todas las empresas. Y como son todas las empresas, pues crece exponencialmente nuestros usuarios. Ahora en España hay 9 millones de partícipes en planes de pensiones que se preocupan por las pensiones, pero puede haber otros 10 más, que son los que vamos a intentar que el Gobierno, con su fomento de los planes de pensiones de empleo, entren. Nos vamos a focalizar en salida de mercado, en beber nuestro producto en gestoras de fondos y en empresas de compensación, fundamentalmente para acelerar el proceso de captación. Y como ventaja competitiva, bueno, pues nosotros automatizamos el proceso completamente y buscamos a las empresas nuevas formas de aportar a los planes de pensiones, con lo cual aumenta sus deducciones. Miguel Fernández y yo lideramos este proyecto con la ayuda de un equipo de 20 personas y también con el asesoramiento de un experto en pensiones. Y durante el año pasado, 2022, estuvimos conociendo a nuestros clientes y partners con la ayuda de Archipiélago, que fue la que nos permitió comenzar, y en este año 2023, aprovechando la ola del fomento de los planes de pensión de empleo, crecer. Hemos presentado el proyecto a muchas empresas, obtenido reconocimiento por algunas organizaciones y visibilidad en medios. Nuestra previsión es que en 2 años podamos crecer exponencialmente, justo porque es cuando empezará a adoptarse masivamente los planes de pensión de empleo en las empresas. Y bueno, estamos aquí para empezar a notar el apoyo de todos vosotros para el fomento de los planes de previsión de empleo de las empresas y buscar socios que nos ayuden en el crecimiento de Neopensión, ayudando a unir a empresas y empleados en el ahorro para la jubilación. Muchas gracias. Hola, ¿se escucha? ¿Qué tal? Bueno, yo me llamo Fer Martín, soy tecnólogo, tengo 25 años de experiencia, empecé a programar cuando tenía 7 años y bueno, gracias a eso pues yo he podido estar 10 años viviendo en Asia, viviendo de tecnología y vengo a presentarles nuestro proyecto, se llama Reboot Academy. Todos sabemos que encontrar talento de IT es algo súper difícil y además es un problema creciente porque el número de gente que entra en el sector y la demanda tienen un gap que cada vez es más grande, con lo cual es un problema que no solo afecta hoy, sino que además va a ser más importante en el futuro. Nosotros en Reboot Academy somos expertos en creación y aceleración de talento digital usando las metodologías más innovadoras que existen. No solo los bootcamp, en los cuales llevamos nosotros 4 años, pero yo llevo 7. Antes de montar Reboot Academy estuve de director global de educación en Ironhack y antes de eso en General Assembly, que fueron los que inventaron el modelo. Además, creemos en la tecnología muchísimo, soy tecnólogo. Tenemos una plataforma de e-learning que se ha llevado un premio por todos los ministros de educación de los países de Europa. Que es genial y es bueno, al final ha sido muy efectivo. ¿Por qué? Pues porque trabajamos codo a codo con las empresas y en vez de hacer un currículum que nosotros pensamos que sería guay, lo hacemos al revés. Hablamos con las empresas y les preguntamos qué es lo que necesitan y adaptamos lo más rápido posible el currículum de los alumnos para que se integren. ¿Vale? Nuestros alumnos trabajan en Microsoft, en PwC, en Zara, en empresas muy, muy top. Tenemos un 93% de empleabilidad en menos de 3 meses, pero ¿qué pasa? Que nos hemos dado cuenta de que nosotros llevamos de 0 a 60 a los alumnos, pero de 60 a 100, ¿quién los ayuda? Entonces, nosotros creemos en un nuevo modelo de negocio que no hemos visto que nadie lo haya hecho, donde combinamos esa creación de talento con ayudarles a seguir formándose y a pasar de junior a senior. ¿Y cómo lo hacemos? Pues lo hacemos con 2 líneas de negocio nuevas. Tenemos por un lado Reboot Talent, en donde ayudamos a las empresas con un modelo de co-sourcing ayudarles a tener talento que se integra directamente con los equipos y por otro lado con consultoría. Como les dije, nuestros profesores son gente con experiencia profesional de verdad que ha estado ahí y experiencia internacional en empresas muy top, en Google, en Microsoft. Entonces, mantener a esos profesores dentro de la empresa es muy difícil si no les damos salida por proyectos de consultoría que después vuelven a llevar al aula y consiguen que los alumnos pues, tengan cada vez más un aprendizaje más real y más acelerado. Lo que intentamos es tener una pirámide de 3 lados, donde pasamos de la parte de educación a la parte de staffing y después, por último, a consultoría y vuelven otra vez al aula a ayudar a los alumnos. Nosotros, la verdad que somos una apuesta bastante segura. Hemos crecido en los últimos 4 años a un 2X y pretendemos seguir creciendo a un 2X. No queremos venderles el unicornio que va a estallar, pero sí una empresa que de verdad aporta valor, que de verdad ayuda tanto a las empresas que necesitan talento como a los jóvenes que están buscando arrancar. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos buscando? Ahora mismo estamos valorados en 3 millones pre-money. Estamos buscando una ronda seed de 350 que nos ayude a acelerar todo este proceso de expansión. Bueno, tenemos advisor del MIT, de Boston Consulting, incluso de McKinsey, y nos hemos llevado pues, premios europeos y demás. Así que, bueno, sin más, si están interesados en aportar a nuestro proyecto, pues por favor hablen con nosotros en el stand de Proesca. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, so what do you think is the percentage of a buyer's journey or purchase decision journey these days that is digital? Talking about 2023, what's the percentage you think? Think about it yourself, right? If you're searching for a product, you might go to the Google search first, you go to a review site, you go to blogs, and you end up on the company's website. So essentially, these days, 70% and growing % of the buyer's journey is actually happening online and digital. And of course, this is just growing. And if you think about that, means essentially your company's present and the future is completely dependent on the effectiveness of your buying journey digitally. There is an issue to that, because at these days, 98% of all website visitors do not actually convert while they're on your website. You might have seen it in your own analytics, and that's a lot of missed dollars leaking from your website. We're Pathmonk. We accelerate website conversions with artificial intelligence. Marketers have been speaking loud and clear to us that they have three main problems. They see low conversions on their website, they have complex analytics, and of course, they're bombarded with regulations and privacy regulations. So their wish list is pretty clear, right? They want to boost their website conversions, they want to have simple analytics to get an oversight, and ultimately, they want to get all of this cookieless. And to be honest, that's just what we did at Pathmonk. We basically provide marketers with an instant 50% conversion uplift on the website through website personalization, simple and smart analytics, and the good thing, all of that is entirely cookieless. So I want to tell you maybe what that really means for our clients. They basically see uplifts on average of about 50% of conversions from their website traffic. In this case, you can see it can be even more, as you see in this use case of SEO.com, who leverages Pathmonk. Let me tell you a bit about the company real quick. So we do basically see very high customer satisfaction. We just closed a round of 1.7 million. We integrate with thousands of tools. We have a HubSpot app certification partner agreement. The AI is trained with millions of buying journey actions or millions of data points, 200 million to be precise, and 900,000 monthly active users. So we have 100 plus customers, mainly across the US, but of course also growing in Europe in a huge market, 12 billion market. And overall, we leverage this on a monthly subscription business model with a 20% month-over-month growth. So who makes this possible is essentially, just like actually one note, actually on the competitors is essentially, right, we do not have a direct competitor that acts exactly like us, but of course there's tools in the website base, as you know. The team hails in from companies like Google, Criteo, Salesforce, Oracle, and we make all of that possible as a strong team. Ultimately, last note, we're essentially growing through three main channels, which is inbound. We've got a large podcast, you might have listened to it already, educational inbound content, outbound processes, and of course our partner and affiliate network that we're working with. So that's really it about Pathmonk for today. You can find us on the stand outside for the Canaries. We have team members here, Aaron as well from our team who can tell you more. And then ultimately, yeah, I hope that was insightful. Thanks a lot, guys.
Hello, everyone. This is Jose Ramon, the CEO of Calendly. The most valuable thing we have now is time. We have been checking and discovering that the companies are losing 5 hours of weekly time, just losing time with emails and changing telephone calls in order to make appointments. We understand that after the COVID, everybody needed really an online agenda. So what did we do? We just created Calendly, an online agenda that automates everything, you know, from the beginning to all the process of meetings, events, and appointments, with a solution that we give that is smart, clean, and elegant. We have a freemium business model, we have a basic plan, and then we have a ticket of €8 per month. And obviously we have our market segment totally studied, we have a business, a buyer persona. And we're aiming for a market size where we have a sum of 300,000 workers in Europe that we would like to get in 3 years. This is only a 1% of our SAM, and we would have a revenue of 27 million euros, and we also have a TAM of 150 million workers. Okay? We are not the only, obviously, fish of the pond. Calendly is currently having 10 million customers, but we differentiate from them in our marketplace, in our intelligence service based on AI, and also the complaining of GDPR regulations, of the European GDPR regulations, and also with an outstanding team that gives a super client support. This is what we're going. Okay, there's six countries, and this is where that we need to grow in the 6 countries. That's what we need the money for. And so far, and from the 21st of March 2021, we have almost 12,000 customers. We a super small cost of 22 euros per customer. We have 2,200 paying customers with that 6 euros per customer, an average subscription value of 315,000. This is the product roadmap that we're going to be following through these 3 years that we're planning to grow and expand, even though we have clients all over the world. And this is a market roadmap. We are seeking for 250,000 euros in order to achieve 5,000 paying clients, and in order to achieve at the end, in this 3-year objective, 300,000 clients. This is us, Thomas Pagels. This is is a developer since he was 14, an ex-Google, Christian Jorge, a physicist, and he created his company since he was 25, and myself, and I'm a 25, experienced business lawyer. This is where we want the money for, 90% marketing, 10% operations and teams. This is our traction, and so wasting your time, start using our Calendly and become a part of us as an investor.
Touritop is a B2B SaaS company. Our customers are businesses that sell tours and other leisure activities. They are actually the people who work when everybody is having fun, and that's why we call them leisure heroes. We help heroes in 3 ways. We give them software that makes them more efficient. We give them a booking system, resource manager, gift module, etc. We give them a channel manager that makes them more revenue. The channel manager means that our booking system is integrated with Get Your Guide, Civitatis, TripAdvisor, and other reseller portals. So our customers, or heroes, they have one single portal to control their availability in one single panel to control the availability in all those portals. Also, the allies are freelancers that they are trained using Touritop, and they offer services on top of Touritop, like building websites, online management ads, and everything. Our business model is very simple. Our heroes pay us a monthly fee, and we give them superpowers. Basically, our mission is to give superpowers to leisure heroes so they can flood the world with happy memories. We are already processing millions of bookings every year through Touritop. And we have a plan to achieve 60 million in ARR by 2027. And the market is big enough for that and more. There are many players in the market, and we know them well. The biggest player is owned by Booking.com, and they also sell activities in Booking.com. We position ourselves as a pure B2B software company that sells software licenses. We don't compete with our customers for traffic, and we don't charge commissions. And that's what sets us apart. We already have, well, our main market is Spain, but we also have customers in Europe and Latin. These are the co-founders, and we own 100% of the company. We are raising funding for the first time in our history. First, a convertible note plus 1.5 million. And we plan to do another round in the future to reach our goal of 60 million in ARR by 2027. Thank you for listening. Thank you to everybody who made possible for us to be here, to Mavi, to Cámara de Comercio, to Proesca, and to South Summit, and all the institutions that make this happen. Thank you.
Do you want this future? This is the present, not the future. We threw away 2,300 tons of food per day, all in Spanish hotels, per day. Do you know 1 kilogram of food is equivalent to 15 liters of water? Do you know the impact, the economical impact, and the environment impact that we have with this? For example, a hotel that has only 200 rooms invests 1 million in the buffet. Of this 1 million, they threw away 2,050 euros in a year. From a legal perspective, measuring is mandatory for the European Union. We developed SIGO buffet waste. We detect, classify, measure, and reduce the buffet wasting. And let me explain with a little video. Doesn't work. Okay, doesn't matter. We use artificial intelligence, artificial vision, to detect in just a second the food. For example, fish, meat, or whatever you want, and then put it in the trash, and they get the weight. We are achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2, 12, 13, and 17. Our team has 3 founders and 5 developers. We have more than 25 years developing innovative solutions, and the market is huge. There are more than 7,000 hotels and more than 100 restaurants all in Spain. We are invoicing at the beginning of the year more or less 100 euros, and we are expecting to invoice it at the end of the third year, more or less 6 million euros. How to earn money? With licenses. Software as a service, selling the hardware, selling the maintainers, and the upgrading. We are looking for yes, between 2 and 3,000 euros, mainly for marketing and sales. We have competitors, of course. We know and Kitro, but we differentiate because we are faster. Without the intervention of the staff, it's a very important thing. And we use artificial intelligence, not only artificial vision, we use natural language process. You can speak with the machine, with Pancho, for example. Pancho do that, and Pancho do it. This is a reality. We have 2 hotel chains that are actually using and reducing the food wasting. One in Canary Island, one in Balear. And we have ours. Yesterday was in the European Parliament showing this solution with another 99 solutions. And I like it so much, this race, because it's totally real. The cost of inaction is much higher than the cost of action. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the United States, of the United Nations, sorry. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. Welcome, Maria de Miguel, Deputy Director of Talent and Digital Entrepreneurship from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation. Welcome to our amazing jury. Welcome, friends, investors, and welcome the entrepreneurs from the 10 startups that will pitch today, the true protagonists of this afternoon. So please, an applause for them. My name is Margarita Albors. I am the founder and president of SocialNest Foundation. SocialNest Foundation was born in 2010 with the purpose of being a catalyzer for collaboration of the economic players, such as startups, corporates, investors, and public administrations, so we can solve together our social and environmental challenges that we face today. As part of our work, some months ago, we launched together with Danone, our great partner, Scale the Impact, which is the acceleration program that we are closing today with this demo day, in order to support high-impact startups that are looking to solve some of these challenges. And the program was looking really to help them in the process of growth and looking to facilitate them opportunities so they can be better positioned in that path of growth, and also provide them with the values and management ways of working of B Corp. These startups are working in different impact areas as sustainable, regenerative, and resilient agriculture, food innovation, circular economy, inclusion and diversity, also future of retail, and specialized nutrition. All very important and relevant impact areas. The program has been, during the past 3 months, supporting the startups through different ways, as you can see, giving them training, specialized mentoring, visibility, access to events like South Summit, where they can get many contacts, and also access to the B Corp ecosystem. Today, they will be able to, one of them, to get also 30,000 euros as a prize. And as I mentioned, this program was powered by SocialNest Foundation and also by Danone, that, as many of you know, is really committed in sustainability and is the biggest B Corp corporation in the world. So thanks to Danone for being part of this program together with us. And also thanks to many partners like B-Lab, who has been collaborating with us throughout the whole program. And also, I think one of the great values or the things that at SocialNest Foundation we value most is the collaboration, the power of collaboration. We really think that if we want to solve these challenges, we can't do it alone. We need to do it together, and that's why we have partnered with so many organizations in Spain that are collaborating also with startups, our incubators, accelerators, universities, networks of business angels, etc. So we had 200 applicants for the program. Well, to be honest, and also fair and precise, it was 199. And we selected 20 of them. You can see here the 20 organizations that we selected and have been part of the program. Today, 10 of them will be pitching. And they will pitch in front of this amazing jury, very diverse, as you will see, that has a very good representation of our amazing partner, Danone. We have Facundo Echevere, which is the Senior Vice President of Sustainability, Strategy and Partnerships at Danone Global. Paolo Tafuri, Senior Vice President of Partners and Institutional Representative. Valérie Masson, Managing Director of Danone Communities. Javier Mejías, Managing Partner of EMEA Funds at Plug and Play. Borja Santos, Partnership Manager at K-Fund. Daniel Truran, a Beloved ambassador and a big champion of the movement in Europe. Marta del Castillo, CEO of Socialness Foundation, and Clara Pombo, who is co-founder and board member of MIT Enterprise Forum. We will have also Maria de Miguel helping the jury with her insights, and myself. So we are sure that we are going to have a very hard time, but we will do our best for selecting that winner startup. So without further ado, I'm going to leave the stage to Laia Mas, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director at Danone.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Un placer realmente estar hoy aquí en este evento, en este South Summit, que realmente la energía se nota y se siente. Hoy yo no soy la protagonista, sois vosotros, voy a ser súper breve, pero ha sido un placer acompañaros durante estos meses. Nos habéis ayudado a abrir la mente, a romper realmente estos silos y a estas barreras mentales que muchas veces tenemos frente a grandes retos tecnológicos de los cuales no tenemos muchas veces la solución. Y esto ha sido el mejor regalo que hemos podido tener de participar como Danone en este proyecto Scale the Impact. Tenemos grandes retos por delante, Margarita los ha mencionado, tenemos un reto mayúsculo que es la descarbonización de la economía, la circularidad, no solo de nuestros envases, sino de nuestros recursos. Estamos viviendo un momento de sequía sin precedentes que nos va a acompañar en los próximos años. Tenemos un reto también de cara al envejecimiento de la población. Todos estos retos solo los podemos avanzar juntos con alianzas y con tecnología e innovación. Pero esta tecnología, esta innovación tiene que estar ligada, como decimos, al impacto, porque creemos que la economía de impacto es la que va a mover el futuro. Y sin duda no podemos generar impacto si no hay escalabilidad de estas brillantes ideas, de esta disrupción de negocio que estáis proponiendo. Por esto creemos que esta iniciativa fomenta la colaboración y las alianzas que nos harán hacer más grandes, sumar esfuerzos y sin duda mover la aguja de lo que nos estamos jugando como sociedad. Danone, como decíamos antes, estamos aquí porque estamos seguros de que todos estos retos no los vamos a poder conseguir solos. Estamos trabajando firmemente en la descarbonización de nuestro negocio. Hemos suscrito y hemos podido someter a aprobación en los SBA Targets nuestro roadmap de descarbonización de la compañía, y para esto tenemos ya tecnología que nos está ayudando, pero hay muchas lagunas aún que sin la ayuda de las startups, de la tecnología y de la gente más puntera en el país no vamos a poder hacer frente. Por eso estamos hoy aquí haciendo que esto sea posible, haciendo que esta sea la realidad del futuro. Y para cerrar un poco la sesión, el speech, os quería decir que esta es la razón y la esencia por la cual nace Scale the Impact, y acompañaros durante esta etapa ha sido realmente, como os decíamos, un primer paso que creemos que va a ser el primero de muchos que van a venir por delante, porque si no, no vamos a estar a la altura de lo que esta sociedad nos está pidiendo. Y como decía, vosotros sois los protagonistas, yo me callo y os doy paso a vosotros. Muchísimas gracias.
Thanks, Margarita. Thanks, Laia, for this introduction. My name is Stephanie. I am the host for this pitch session. I have important information first. Each startup will have 4 minutes, only 4 minutes. Let's listen to 10 startups. The jury we will have 15 minutes to deliver. And during this time, we will have an inspiration talk by Diego Ortiz from Body Shop. And finally, we will know the winner. So let's go. Let's start. Yuri, you are ready? Yeah. Okay. So first, we want life on the planet to last. Don't you think, Valerie? Yes. From Barcelona, Asoya Projects. Orson, the stage is yours.
So, all around the world, we are approaching a food catastrophe. The current agricultural sector, it's one of the biggest drivers of environmental degradation in the world. By accumulating negative impacts, it generates landscapes like the one on this picture. But there is a way to move from this to this. There is a way to turn this vicious circle into a virtuous one, growing food and at the same time healing the earth. I'm talking about regenerative agriculture. All that sounds great, but the reality is that to move from one system to another requires a process, and there is always a drop in productivity. The agricultural sector is a very loss-making sector, so how do we finance the transition? Regenerative agriculture can capture CO2 in the land, and this carbon capture could be a really powerful carbon removal technology. So farmers capture CO2 in the land by implementing regenerative practices. Thanks to our monitoring technology, we transform that carbon capture into regenerative credits that we sell to companies. Companies get carbon neutrality, and we pay back to the farmer. In this example, you can see how a 500 hectares barley farm can earn up to 26,000 euros per year alone in carbon credits by adapting its production to climate change impacts. And for the companies, we give them the best value for their money because they get a CSR strategy and the carbon neutrality all in one. Technology is key in our process. We are developing a digital MRV, a digital software to monitor, report, and verify the carbon capture, and a device to reduce the cost of soil analysis. Another way we have to finance the transition is through the generation of insetting projects, which allow companies from the agri-food sector to invest in regeneration projects of their suppliers to capture carbon within their value chain, obtaining valuable metrics about biodiversity, water footprint, and others for their non-financial reports. All that gives us a clear competitive advantage, as we are the only company that is offering the generation of regenerative credits beyond carbon with its own certification scheme and ensuring the accuracy in the monitoring of carbon capture. We have created the Alliance for the Expansion of Regenerative Agriculture in Spain with private companies, third sector organizations, and technological centers to establish the regulatory framework of this new emerging market. All that thanks to a very good team with a good balance between businesses and technical skills, and also the highest level of advisors. All of us motivated by the ambitious mission we all share. We have many challenges ahead of us, but one constant is that we need to cover more and more hectares. Following the growth plan, we will reach the break-even in 2026. Because of all these reasons, and to cover all the traction that we have, we are in an investment round, and we are looking for 400K. But mostly, we are looking for investment in line with our values. I would like to end with a thought. We are the last generation that have the amazing opportunity to stop the worst scenarios of climate change. Creating profitable businesses that deliver a multitude of positive impacts, that is creating regenerative businesses, it's no longer an option and has become a must. So, if you want to restore the natural balance to feed the world, come and join Azoya Projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Arson. No, next. And talking about the natural balance, in the forestry sector, the journey from lodging to transformation into a product can be long and complex. So from Madrid, Forest Change has one solution. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ana Perez, co-founder and CEO of Forest Chain. Forest Chain is a platform for the traceability based on blockchain and artificial intelligence for legal and sustainable timber. We've worked for the digital transformation of the timber industry. We connect the forest with the people. Why is so important, the traceability? Because the sector is regulated, it's highly regulated. Companies need to satisfy requirements, pass audit, inspection, and they are not ready for doing it. As well, Forest Chain is a digital platform that acts as a bridge between all the supply chain. It's a connection and giving trust to all the sector. And as well, we are focused in real sustainable companies. And why blockchain? Blockchain acts as a digital notary. It means that we can provide transparency, immutability, and auditability of data. Then we can get this trust in this sector. And as well, the administration is really worried about the logging, illegal logging and deforestation. Our product is a SaaS, it's a digital platform, very easy, as well as a business tool, and a digital passport. The digital passport is the connection between the forest and the people, based on blockchain and based on artificial intelligence. It's very easy to use. It's built by and for the sector. We can control all the input, all the output, and all the traceability. And how our digital passport works. It's very easy, just scanning a QR code, and then we can know the origin of the timber. But this is the magic, this is the most important thing. All the positive impact story that is behind the forestry sector, the contribution to the Sustainable Development Goal, and this is the magic. We can, the forestry manager are helping the local community. This is one of our projects in Africa, and we are building a hospital, a school. We are helping the local community in Spain, the rural areas. The market is huge. It's very huge. It's international. And then we have a clear strategy, we have reputation. Our strategy is a firm mover. Our business model is a subscription software, very clear, very is right what our customer need. Our team is the competitive advantage. I'm an entrepreneur. This is my third startup. My partner has 20 years of experience in the industry. We know this industry. We know how to escalate, and we know our customer. Concerning the competition, there are some local initiatives, incorporate some tool, but our strategy is first mover. There are no commercial competitors. We think that we can be the revolution of the sector. We have customers worldwide, more than in the several countries, and we have the engagement of all the stakeholders. We have launched VeChain. This is the next thing. We are adapting the platform for wine, fashion. It's very easy. We have a lot of awards. We are in incubator, and we are in financial round. It's very small. We need only for the commercial part, because we have public funding, out of public funding for our MSD. This is our number. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Anna. And from forest to the end product. Now, smart labels monitor the state of food. From Alicante Osilium, Luis, the stage is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis, and I'm actually one of the founders of Osilium, a biotechnology company enabling you to understand your food. This that I have here is a piece of meat. It doesn't smell really bad, but the smell is neither good. Would you be able to tell me if it's good or bad? No, most likely, most of that would do the next thing. Food waste is caused mainly by the lack of information that we have about those products. In fact, the problem does not only affect consumers, it also affects our customers, that due to this lack of information frequently throw away food, they lose market opportunities, and they have extra costs due to the food alert that they could not detect on time. But we have come to a solution. We have this. This is a smart label that, once placed in direct contact with the product, changes its color to indicate the status of the product based on its quality, freshness, and safety. Yellow for good conditions, green to eat in as soon as possible, and blue to discard. With this technology, we can actually solve all of these issues that I mentioned. So we can actually reduce the cost of the food waste related, but also we can improve profitability and we can improve quality control. Before proceeding, I would like to apply our technology to this piece of meat to show you what will be happening later. So we sell this technology directly to B2B model to our customers. These are some of the companies we are talking with, and with some of them we are already working. We have 10 commercial agreements, we have 6 pilots, and we have 3 partnership agreements to enter into different regions in Europe, Asia, and America as well. But the main idea that I want to remain here is that Oscillum does not sell us labels. Oscillum sells information, and information is very valuable for every industry, such as cosmetics, where understanding the real expiry date of the product is very interesting for the consumer, or the pharma industry, where understanding the degradation of the active principle could save billions of lives. Of course, it wouldn't be possible without the support of the team, in which we complement experience in the technical, in the commercial, and operations, and of course, we also come with our advisory board that has extended experience in the agri-food sector. Now let's go back to the technology. As we can see, the label has changed to blue, indicating that the product is not safe for its consumption. This is basically how the technology works. But this does not end here. In Oscillum, we have in our DNA the generation of impact. That's why we can generate impact in the social area, not only reducing the food waste and promoting donations, but also we will be able to create good quality jobs locally because we will be operating in each of the markets. Environmentally, we are also able to reduce the food waste direct emissions. So, for example, we have estimated that by reducing 10% of the food waste in Europe, we can reduce actually around 2.4 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year. And of course, we can also generate impact in the economical stream. How? Because we can help households to reduce the cost, we can help the industry to reduce its cost, we can improve profitability, but also something very important is that we can actually enable a better food safety system in developing countries thanks to the low cost of our technology compared to the alternative ones. And scale the impact could help us even more. How? Because we want actually to start measuring our impact and evaluating it in the right way. We want also to run further pilots to extend this impact across the different markets, and we want to improve our international experience by running more pilots and running the legislation aspects in America through the EFTA. And this is where the resources of the prize will be going mainly if we are the winners of the prize. So, this is everything. So we are here today because we truly believe that with your help, we can actually make our vision into reality and make of our technology a new standard, one that is more reliable, easy to use, and accessible to all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Luis. I joined the color movement. I need it for my fridge.
Thank you.
Borja, do you want to join to me with me to the color movement with Oscillum? Okay. Well, microbial solution for disruptive applications. From Valencia, Darwin, Manuel, you have 4 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the amazing world of microorganisms. We are Darwin, and we develop microbial solutions for the industry. So after these terrible pandemics, we all know that microorganisms can be dangerous, but good news is that most microorganisms are good for us. We could not live without them, and we can use microorganisms, for example, to make fermented products, probiotics, biomaterials, and even to carry out something called bioremediation, which means the removal of pollutants in our environment. So I've been working myself in synthetic biology for 20 years, and I have to say that even if there are amazing genetic engineering things out there, the biological real thing is currently much better. Believe it or not, the number of microorganisms out there is just amazing, 10 to the 12. That's 1 trillion bacterial species out there. So the problem is that just a tiny part of this huge biodiversity is currently known, is known by scientists, and can be therefore used for the industry. That tiny part of microorganisms that can be cultured and that are known are worth as much as $12.5 billion. So imagine the huge amount of hidden biodiversity and also money. So our solution in Darwin is called Mosaic. It's our proprietary technology, which is kept under industrial secret, but we use this technology to develop specific solutions that are patentable. We have currently fulfilling 4 patents at the same time on, for example, biomaterials like the vegan leather you can see in the screen, fermented products, new products, and also bioremediation strategies to get rid of plastic, for example. Our business model was very simple at the beginning, a simple yet effective and profitable service model, B2B, and with the profits that we got from that, we built our own collection on 1,500 microbial strains that we have characterized, and we are developing them for the industry, for corporates in a B2C, B2B2C model. So those are examples of customers that are trusting us year after year. We are unique, even if we have very good competitors, I have to say, but they tend to focus only on genomics, which is DNA, on culturomics, which is bacteria and fungi. We do both, and additionally, we are the only ones to have this technology that allow us to culture, as I mentioned, many more microorganisms than any laboratory on this planet. So we have experienced a typical exponential growth, which means that we have an interannual growth rate of 33%. And we made 1.5 million euros last year. We are going to make 2 million next year. And this is, of course, thanks to an amazing team of people, including Cristina Vilanova, co-founder, which is a bridge between academia and the industry. We have Adriela Torre, one of the best experts in sequencing, nanopore sequencing for genomics, and Javi Pascual, which is one of the best taxonomists, I guess, in Europe. So in summary, we are Darwin. We develop microbial solutions for the cosmetic, food, and environmental industry, and we do that by combining our knowledge, our proprietary technology, the mosaic one that I mentioned, that allow us to culture many more microorganisms than anyone. But of course, there's a trick, is that we also use something very, very much important than that, which is evolution and natural selection. And when it comes to evolution, and when it comes to natural selection, you better trust Darwin. Thank you.
Thanks. Ecosystems are collapsing and human health is at risk. Plastic pollution has reached a critical point. From Barcelona, Plastic, David, you have the solution.
Hello everybody, I'm Daniel, co-founder of Plastics, and I would like to talk about how cleaning the planet is profitable, but also raise awareness on climate change, because the world we know is going to end if we don't do something. Every year, 80 million tons of plastics are being dumped into the ocean, which is the equivalent of one New York bin truck dumping into the ocean every minute, which is devastating. So why should you care? Well, you should care because obviously animals and species are dying, but also there are new diseases coming because of this. There is fish with cancer and we are eating fish. And we need to leave a better world for our next generation. So there is also a change of consumer patterns. So people, consumers, are now looking at the products, they are checking ingredients, they are checking companies that are making something for the environment. And if companies want to retain this consumer, they better do something. And for that, we have a solution, and it's called Plastics. We are working with plastic recovery projects all around the world, making sure that plastic gets recovered and brought back into the recycling industry. And with that, we are finding them with a new source of revenue that creates jobs, improves security, and we make sure that plastic gets really recovered and brought back and it's managed properly. And we are increasing the livelihood of all these people that are there, recovering all the plastic that we have been dumping for the last 50 years. So thankfully, we are not alone, but we are unique. We have our own property methodology, which is making sure that plastic really gets recovered and is not ending up in a landfill. Also, our technology is based on blockchain. So we can make sure that when we say that plastic is recovered, it's being recovered. People can check for audit purposes. They can see the traceability, and if there is any problem, they can go there and make sure that when we say plastic is recovered, it's really recovered. So everybody at Plastics, they have a sustainable profile showing how much plastic you are recovering, and brands can engage with this to provide discounts and create loyalty programs with this consumer to create this link with plastic recovery. Our main product is called PRG, Plastic Recovery Guarantee, which is a digital certificate based on blockchain stating how much plastic has been recovered, type of plastic, amount of plastic, location, the procedence, and where it's coming from. All of that, we put it for sale in our marketplace, where people and companies can sponsor plastic recovery. Our business model is taking 20% of this transaction. It's $1 per each kilo recovered. That makes a huge impact on the economy of the waste pickers, because sometimes they recover what they are going to get the most of it when they sell it into the market. And with our approach, they recover everything because they can get a lot of money. With brands, we can associate the products and services with plastic recovery. In that case, Cerveza Rosita is allocating 1 cent for each beer they sell. So consumers, when they have to choose one product, they can choose for products that are making an impact into the environment. And our job is to verify that when we say that money goes into these people, it really goes to these people thanks to blockchain, and we show what this money has been used for. So far, we have recovered more than 1,700,000 kilos during a year, and we are creating a lot of social impact thanks to our technology, our solution. We have built, for instance, a medical camp in India. We are partnering with sports clubs and influencers. We recently did an agreement with Football Club Barcelona, where fans can engage buying digital collections that are recovering plastic from the environment, 10 or 15 kilos, and they can win a signed jersey by the players. So that's the way we engage with fans, with consumers. We are a really committed team for more than 22 people, for 11 countries, really committed, a lot of experience. We are part of the World Economic Forum, and thanks to all of us for your support. If we win this contest, we are going to be recovering 30,000 kilograms from the environment, and we are going to push to be a B Corp, and we will recover in plastic altogether. Check the marketplace, and let's recover plastic together. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Daniel. The urgency is here. And together we can clean the planet and we can save the planet. So, and we need to improve the credibility and the benefits of brands. From Valencia, swear it. Miguel, you have 4 minutes.
Disculpad que lo haga en español, visto el nivel no soy capaz de defender la herramienta en inglés. Lo que nosotros hacemos es demostrar al consumidor que las afirmaciones con respecto a sostenibilidad, origen, etcétera, son ciertas. Al final lo que buscamos es que un consumidor sea plenamente consciente de que el producto que va a consumir realmente impulsa o defiende lo que dice. ¿Cuál es nuestro foco? Nuestro foco es concienciación, evitar confusiones con palabras como, por ejemplo, pudiera ser ecológico, bio, envases sostenibles, etcétera. Realmente esto es un desconocimiento para el consumidor que lo que queremos es poder demostrarle con afirmaciones que esto es así. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Nos integramos con el sistema de gestión de trazabilidad de la compañía, de tal forma que por cada lote de producción se va generando información dinámica. Esta información es relativa al lote, repito. ¿Qué es lo que podemos hacer dentro de esta información? Involucrar a terceros, como por ejemplo pueden ser certificadores, auditores, proveedores, etc. Y de esta forma lo que logramos es concienciar. También podemos, gracias a la tecnología blockchain que utilizamos, que es la base para poder actuar, digamos, como notarios virtuales, evitar falsificación de producto. Esto es sobre todo en productos premium, y estamos trabajando bastante con el sector del vino. Y además adaptación a la regulación que viene o que está viniendo por diferentes sectores. Ahora estamos trabajando mucho con vino y con productos frescos, como son carne y pescado. Este es el modelo de trabajo. El modelo de trabajo es definir el contenido con la compañía, llevar a cabo una integración en 1 o 2 días más o menos por área, generar etiquetas, nos integramos con los sistemas de impresión, se genera una campaña de comunicación, puede ser a nivel global, ya que Swerit muestra información diferente a cada consumidor en función de su localización, y por último el cumplimiento normativo. ¿Con quién estamos trabajando? Sobre todo trabajamos en el sector retail, agroalimentario y poco moda, ¿vale? El Corte Inglés, por ejemplo, comunica un departamento entero, el de frutas y verduras, con Swerit. Esto ha sido posible gracias a que somos muy ágiles a la hora de implementar los sistemas de trazabilidad de los proveedores del Corte Inglés para que todos puedan comunicar de forma uniforme. En Danone hemos sido seleccionados, de hecho, en París, por el Departamento de Innovación, para una campaña de concienciación al consumidor, especialmente en productos infantil. Dentro de AECOC, y luego, sobre todo, un caso de éxito que quiero contar antes de terminar es el caso de una vertical que sacamos específica de Solid Wine, en la cual la denominación de origen, o en este caso podría ser, por ejemplo, una marca, puede verificar todo el proceso de producción de sus asociados. Ellos lo que hacen es que cada botella incorpora un código QR diferente. De esta forma, además de ser única, se traza todo el proceso de producción. Cumple con la regulación, dado que ahora están obligando a verificar, aparte de indicar el valor nutricional, etcétera, verificar origen. Y de hecho, por ejemplo, en materia de deforestación, sí que ha salido en diciembre la primera norma que afecta a este sector. El consumidor perfectamente informado, se abre un canal de comunicación con el mismo, a través del cual pues, comunicas por producto. Y por último, la tokenización. Como decía al inicio, demuestra la autenticidad del vino, por ejemplo, que es un caso de fraude bastante habitual dentro del sector. ¿De acuerdo? Muchísimas gracias por el tiempo y nada, espero que os haya gustado.
Gracias, Miguel. Swerit is technology to share the truth. Now, natural nanotechnology for nutrition and health. From Pamplona, Nucaps, Mariano, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Nucaps improves your health as we help to produce better food, drug, and supplements by making bioactive substances stable, easy to absorb, healthy, and natural. We are a biotech company, international biotech company that develops and produces a new kind of functional ingredients with improved functionalities in terms of nutrition and costs. As you may know, diet-related illnesses, heart disease, obesity, diabetes are the main cause of death in the world. About 20% of the deaths are linked to a poor diet. And all this is increasing the demand for functional food, diet supplements, nutraceuticals, and probiotics. But producers have great difficulties to create new products. The results have a bad taste or low stability or have no real effect on health, and they are very expensive. So the future of nutrition requires a natural solution for making a better absorption of bioactive ingredients. And now we have the solution, protein microencapsulation. These microspheres are natural carriers of those bioactive and probiotics inside the body, allowing the release and the absorption of the substance. And the microparticles are made solely of food proteins. We do not use additives, preservatives, or synthetic materials, just natural proteins. Nucaps increases the absorption by up to 30 times. Can be done for 70% less cost than with any other technology. We can increase the life of a bacteria from days to months, and we make possible the incorporation of these ingredients into food matrices with a clean label, sustainable, and affordable solution. There are other companies working on this problem, but Nucaps beats all the existing technologies in terms of efficacy on health, natural diet, and cost. We are the only company in the world that are making microencapsulation using food proteins. The technology has been fully validated and patented. The particles are produced in a scalable process using conventional facilities. The final product is a powder that can be suspended in any liquid, that can be put in a pill, or incorporated into food, as they can resist, the capsules can resist the industrial processing. Our business lines are first the tailor-made ingredients for clients that need a new ingredient, as there are a range of substances that can be encapsulated, polyphenols, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, oils, APIs, insulin, etc. Then we have a line of proprietary products based mainly on sugar and salt reduction, weight management, healthy aging, and microbiota health. And then we can have the line of licensing the technology. In 5 years, we have developed products in 15 countries, in Europe, America, and Asia. And although our technology has application in many areas like cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, animal feed, etc., we decided to focus on food and nutrition, as the scale-up and the regulation was easier. And Nucaps is a company with a purpose, to have an impact on health and on sustainability. We have developed KPIs to quantify this impact. on health through nutrition and on sustainability through valorization of wastage of agri-food industry and by the reduction of chemicals in crops and in livestock feed. Our latest proposal is Nucla. It's a salt alternative. We can reduce the quantity of salt in food without missing the salty flavor in 40% and just using common salt and a food protein. We have also microencapsulated probiotics to be put into dairy products, bakery, etc. On the lead of our technical team, 6 young but experienced female doctors really involved in improving health through nutrition. NUCAPS is based in Pamplona, in Spain, and we are a company shared by a food tech center and a private university, so apart from our technology, we also use their knowledge and capabilities. And then this is NUCAPS. We make possible the incorporation of any bioactive or bacteria into any food, drink, or supplement in a natural way. Imagine all the possibilities offered by this technology. How many different substances now can be used in a healthy and affordable way, improving diet's quality and then billions of people's health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Mariano. And we need to be healthy on the inside, and we also need our environment to be clean, and we need energy efficiency. From La Coruña, Gradjo, David, you have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm David Pardo. I'm from Gradoc, which is a software company based in La Coruña. Here you can see our founder, which is here in the room. In the refrigeration industry, which is our main market, we face different problems. Main ones are the product losses, the reduction in the production due to downtime on the equipment. We have a very high energy consumption in the refrigeration industry. We have a lot of corrective maintenance instead of predictive or preventative. And last but not least, we are facing a severe shortage of professionals in this industry. To face these different problems, we have to focus on different factors. On the people side, we need to ensure the food safety, which is always our first goal. Focused on the planet, we have to reduce the energy consumption and also the water consumption, which is also present in some different refrigeration systems. In terms of cost, of course, we need to help our customers to be competitive. And in terms of maintenance, as I said before, we have to change from corrective to preventive and predictive. How do we fight against these problems? Okay, we did a coolant management software, which is a platform that has several inputs from site, temperatures, pressures, a lot of data from the plant. We put them in our platform, which has a lot of tools like digital twin, artificial intelligence, and so on. And we give as output direct commands to the equipment on site. Sorry, I would like to show you. With this tool, we can achieve up to 25% in the maintenance costs, and we can get up to 40% reduction in energy consumption. Other features of the platform is that you can integrate it with all the BMS, production, lighting, photovoltaic energy, whatever that you have, you can send data to our platform and you can control them as well. And it's scalable. It doesn't matter if it's a small retail store or a big facility, industrial facility. Our markets, of course, all the related with the control of temperature. You can think on the retail, but also pharma, hospitals, and so on. Our business model is a SaaS, as before. We got already some benefits from our participation in the Scale the Impact project. We clarified our business model. We knew about the B Corp community, and we did already some networking. And if we get the prize, we can increase our international presence. Thank you very much for your attention, and you can contact us anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And back to the health insight, they empower healthcare professionals through AI. From Barcelona, Sikai Medical, let's listen to Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sikai Medical is the only non-invasive tool that assists radiologists in the early diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. Why pancreatic cancer? Well, first, because it is the most lethal one. In fact, if you are diagnosed today, you will face less than 5 months of life expectancy. And secondly, because there are no methods for early diagnosis, and early diagnosis saves lives. For 1 over 3 patients, it means the difference between life and death. For a fully effective early diagnosis, the best option is to detect the precursor lesions when they are still benign, which affects to 21% of the population. But it's a very difficult task for radiologists, and that's why when someone has a lesion and go for an imaging test, there are 3 possible scenarios. Almost half of the lesions remain unseen today, so the ones ending up in cancer will be diagnosed too late. There are lesions that are detected but not classified, so the patients will suffer more invasive tests, biopsies, surgeries, and so on. And only a third of the lesions will be correctly detected and classified and will be manually monitored by radiologists. Sikai Medical can assist in these 3 situations thanks to artificial intelligence. It detects every lesion present on the image automatically, allowing this early diagnosis. It classifies the lesions in the first test, avoiding all the extra texting, and it automates surveillance, saving radiologists time. And of course, also with a huge economical impact. The best technology is invisible, and that's why our AI-based software analyzes every CT scan and MRI in 0 clicks for the radiologist. It compares the test with all the previous tests of the patient and presents the evolution of the lesions to the radiologist. And we have already demonstrated that we detected 100% of lesions that ended up in cancer, which means twice the number that radiologists reported. There are other companies trying to improve the diagnosis process, but the ones that can do it without invasive tests need to wait until the cancer has appeared. And the ones that can predict cancer before it happens need invasive tests. But Sikai is the only solution that can screen population, predict cancer before it happens, and do everything without any invasive test for the patient. We have a B2B model where hospitals, clinics, and teleradiology companies will pay an annual fee for the usage of the software, and we will get our customers through 2 different channels, local distributors and also companies that are already present with software in the hospitals. Right now, we have already signed distribution agreements in both channels, not having the product in the market yet. But we do not want to limit it to pancreas. We are already working on expanding the tool to liver and to kidneys with the aim of helping radiologists to diagnose early and non-invasively every cancer in the abdomen. Today, the tool for pancreas is ready, patented, validated, and waited for the CE mark, what we are expecting for this summer. Right now, we are working on completing the tool for liver and for kidneys, for getting the CE mark, and obtaining the FDA approval for the whole tool. This is a very ambitious project, but we have the best team, led by 3 passionate founders, and we are also very proud of our medical and advisory boards formed by KOLs, experts in the radiology market, and also serial entrepreneurs in healthcare. Of course, we are not doing this alone. In these 3 years, we have built a huge ecosystem of partners, both clinical and commercial ones, which make us be very optimistic for the future. Because early diagnosis saves lives, and technology is the key. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. Early diagnostics save lives, and technology is the key. Technology is the key to social inclusion and food security. From Castellón, Nadia, Kilian, the stage is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. This is Kilian, founder and CEO of Naria. Naria is a social economical company that does projects investing triple impact, social, economical, and environmental, framed in the food sector and sustainability environmental. Naria connects two worlds, the world from private sector, food industry, or whatever enterprise who wants to canalize their ESG projects with the public sector, with public administration, with foundations, with public social entities. Maybe some of you know about us for our first project, Nadia sin su ración diaria. It was a project where we digitalized the food donation system, giving social inclusion and food security for the people who need aid. We work with several food chains and social entities and food banks in Spain until 2021, when we realized that we have a big potential with our technology to solve too many challenges in the social sector, in the third sector. The problem we solve is the lack of digitalization and interconnection between the agents and stakeholders in the third sector. Firstly, with the public administration, the problems they have in each project from their institution to the projects to distribute or to give social aid. Then, with the problem of food waste, we fight against food waste with the food loss management. And then the third problem is the problem of hunger queues, the people in risk in poverty that you can find in whatever social entity with the need of social food aid. Our solution is Naria, a digital traceability platform that we digitalize all the operational process in the third sector. All the data and all the projects we develop and we digitalize is traced with blockchain to ensure the traceability, the transparency, giving efficiency and optimization the process to give food security and dignity for the people. This technological platform shows in 3 different blocks. The first one is Nadia sin su ración diaria, the project I spoke before, where we digitalize the process of food collection and then the distribution of this food donation, digital food donation in a wallet card method, giving dignity and giving social inclusion for the people in need. Then with Naria platform, when we connect the food industry who wants to donate their food surplus, their food loss, we dedicate to manage this food loss, connecting with the NGOs, with the food banks. And then the third vertical, where we develop ad hoc projects for social administration, public administration, or social entities, foundations, whatever. We work with different ministries or huge institutions like FAO. The momentum for Naria is favorable because the public institutions and the private companies want to digitalize their projects and their process to implement digital solutions to improve the management for the huge demand of people in risk in poverty, not only in Spain, in Europe, and in Latam too. Our business model is a SaaS B2B. The monthly fee depends on the project we are working. With Nadia sin su ración diaria, we apply a monthly fee, depends on the volume of transactions we have with the platform. Our clients in that area are the food banks. And then, And then with Naria's platform dedicated for food surplus management, we have a monthly fee for the food industry that manage their food surplus, connecting with the NGOs, with the food banks, to make the connection more efficiently. So this is Naria. Our value proposition is like all the startups. I would like to conclude with the team. We work with a team that combines both senior and junior profiles. We are bringing social inclusion and food security through technology, and we are aware of our ability to connect people towards a more dignified life. Thank you.
So, Asoya, Forest Chain, Oscillium, Darwin, Plastic, Swerit, Nucaps, Gradhawk, Sekai Medical, Naria. We have arrived at the time of deliberation. Everyone is a winner and champion of change with your startups. Don't leave and join us to see who will be the winner of the Scale the Impact 2023. The jury has some work to do, please. So we have 10 minutes with Diego from an inspirational talk about the good practice of B Corps, like The Body Shop. Welcome to the stage. Diego, the stage is yours.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'm kind of a time filler, apparently, while you wait for the results of this wonderful startup presentations. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit about how the group that I work for and the company that I work for actually started off as startups, right? They started off very small with a humble origin in both cases, and that grew up to be global players, right? The Body Shop is part of the Natura group. Not sure if you guys have heard about that. Natura is a B Corp, primarily in the Latin American territory and Brazil specifically. One of the biggest B Corps in Brazil, and does huge work in the Amazon and translates the impact through beauty products that change the lives of many people around the world. The Body Shop, on the other hand, which now belongs to Natura, started off in a very small town in the south of England, in a place called Brighton, where Anita Roddick decided to change the way that people looked at beauty. And she opened a small store. She had no money. She painted the walls dark green so that we would actually cover the mold that was kind of germinating from the proximity to the ocean, and built out of that probably the biggest change-making beauty brand in the past 40 years, right? Also a B Corp, and since 2019. Joining forces with Natura, what we've built is a network of over 30 million consultants and representatives around the world. So we are a direct-to-customer model. So we have stores, and we also have consultants that sell product, the old door-to-door way, right? Very, very big in Latin America, but also in other developing markets. We are present in over 100 markets around the world. We have about 3,200 stores, and we reach about 20 million customers. And what's important about this is that through cosmetics, we've been able to join the B Corp movement and create impact through something that we call change-making beauty in the Body Shop, right? We really focus on profit, of course, because as Anita Roddick said, business can be a force for good and can be a motor to actually create systemic change in the world, right? And our 3 points of focus are product, their people, and planet. So in the Body Shop for the past 5 years, we've been working on a complete a portfolio transformation. It's consistent of about 700 products that we've renovated with with new standards in terms of natural origin, vegan certification. So the sourcing of the products, every ingredient that we put in has the ultimate standard, right? In terms of planet, we now have new sustainable standards. We've always pioneered in creating a circular movement. So when Anita Roddick started The Body Shop, she was the first one that actually created a refill station in store, for example. And we've revived what that refill station means today. And we're deploying refill stations in all 3,000 stores of ours around the world. It's taking some time, but we're creating that democratization of a refill process, which we believe is going to be the way that people consume cosmetics in the future. We have about 500 now, 2,500 to go. It's a bit slow, but we're getting there. And in terms of planet as well, I think it's important. One of the startups here was talking about plastic and plastic picking. Another program that we've introduced into the packaging, which is a very big pollutant in our industry, is this circularity in the packaging, right? So not only do we stop creating virgin plastic, but we introduce plastic from the environment through waste pickers, which we pay a fair price to. And then we introduce that plastic in our product that is also recyclable. So we close the loop on the problem of plastic, because we firmly believe that it's not actually the existing plastic that is the problem, right? We kind of have to reuse that, but it's the new plastic, the virgin plastic that we create that is creating the harm. We have to actually be better at using what we currently have. And we can't not forget about the people side in a B Corp, and especially in brands like ours. I told you that we work with over 30 billion consultants around the world, and in terms of sourcing, we also work with about 280 communities that give us the ingredients that we use in our products, right? So on the Natura front, they will source most of their ingredients from the Amazon, which is the heart of the world, and creating contracts with these small producers of ingredients and allowing them to develop their business to a scale where they're not overshadowed by a mammoth like Natura, but that they can actually make a better living out of it and then expand out to other industries as well. And in The Body Shop, we do the same thing with a program that we have called Community Fair Trade, where we partner with about 280 organizations, farmers and agriculture specialists, to source ingredients that we know have traceability, that we know are don't have any sort of human trafficking or slave trade associated to it, which sometimes can be a bit sneaky if you know the sourcing implications of it. And we make sure that traceability is very transparent and feeds the product in the best way. So with those three pillars of product, of people, and of planet, we've become a group that now has sales of over 4 billion reais, and year-on-year growth, with the ultimate goal to become the best beauty group. Not the world's best beauty group, but the best beauty group for the world, to actually have positive impact with every product that we sell, in every channel where we are present, and with every final customer that receives that experience of cosmetics, which at the end of the day are made to feel good and for people to have a great time using them. So I just wanted to share the story of how our B Corp came to be. And I guess I'm here also if you have any questions about how we're working, who we're working with, or if you have any questions about cosmetics and sustainability and the way that we do business in general. So I mean, thanks for listening. A lovely meeting all of you. Otherwise, I hope that whoever you are cheering wins the prize. Thank you.
Thanks, Diego. In 5 minutes, we have the winner of Scale the Impact 2023. Don't leave. Thank you.
Well, we are back. I'm here with Alfredo Gaspio, who is Public Affairs at Danone, Director at Danone. Well, I know that it's normally what everybody says in this type of things, that it has been very hard, but as you can imagine, and you have been present looking and listening to the startups, it has been really hard. I mean, they're very diverse, all of them very impactful. They come selected from, as I said before, 199 startups. So really, really, we are very grateful for them, for what they are doing, because really they are having a great impact, and we are sure that they are going to do great. But unfortunately, although we would like to give 30,000 euros to all of them, and our heart now is shrink, we had to choose one. And we chose that one because we think that they have a model that it's in a market that which has a huge potential for the people, who are doing things really down to earth and in a very innovative way. And also having impact as in health, but also at the environmental level, sustainability level. So the winner is Nookups. Enhorabuena. Todo tuyo.
Okay, many thanks to the jury, and to scale the impact for sure, and all the work for all the people in Danone, and we have been really delighted to be in this scale the impact accelerator. We think KPIs is something that startups have to have in mind from the beginning of the company, and we are really happy for this prize. Thank you very much for everything, and okay, see you soon.
Okay, that was it. And before we leave, I'm just making some time here in the scenery. I'm Marta del Castillo. I'm CEO of Socialness, and it's been a great pleasure, traveling with all of you. It's been amazing to have the chance to connect with a great partner, which is Danone, one of the best partners of all that we can dream, and we've been dreaming so long to have something to do together, and also with one of our greatest partners, which is B Lab and the B Corp movement. We have here Daniel with us too. And I'm going to say some words, but the thing I'm here to ask you to come, all of you, to the scenery, to the stage, because we want to take a picture, a family picture. Not just the 10 startups that pitched today, because there were 20 of them, so it would be great to have you all. We would love to have the juries and the team, the full team of Danone, also the full team of Socialness. So keep coming. I wouldn't stop speaking until I have you all in the stage. And South Summit people are going to kill me, because I might break something, so... Please, all join. Most of all the startups, you are the real main characters of this story. So please join us all. Well, come. It doesn't matter if you didn't pitch. If you're a part of a startup, I'm seeing many of you. Come, all of the finalists. Because you are all winners. And we've been talking with many of you, and they were sharing stories of success. So, come to the success. Wait, squeeze, we can squeeze. Borja, ven aquí. Borja, you're not, feel like you're being cold. So yes, squeeze. More. We do double fila. Venga, yo me voy contigo abajo. Hola, Paolo. Squeeze. Are we here? Yes? Who else? Samir, ven. Come. Second row. Yes, Zhang. young thing, beautiful, smile. One. Okay, now we can applaud. It's the end. Thanks.